When I was a kid, waited by the windowsill, snowflakes were falling and sleigh bells were calling. High chocolate in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's riding. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on the slopes, hey. Bring the spirit, make it real, make it true. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So we're Santa Claus. I waited for so long. So we're Santa Claus. I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen. So let it snow. Now I'm getting older, snowflakes getting smaller. Caught between who I am and what I want. I can't pretend, taller than the tree. Don't know if what's wrong is me. I just wanna enjoy this Christmas Eve. Santa, believe me, I wanna come easy. But can't you just hear me out? This Christmas I want a car, a phone, a ticket, a mic, I'll take it. Maybe I just asked too much, no need to get out of town. It's a sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So we're Santa Claus. I've waited for so long. So we're Santa Claus. I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen. So let it snow.
I've been doing fine, I was under the weather. So much on my mind, had a change that was better. Gazing at the sky, and the sky so blue. See the birds fly, at a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a lie true. Staring through your eyes, trying to find the real you. But the you I thought I knew, I would give the world, it'd just be us two. Everything got swirled and got twisted and skewed. Never saw the signs, in the end I got screwed. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, trying to run with two crutches. Loving needs to hurt when you roll with the punches. Once lost, now found, little bird set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break the chains. Little bird's guidance, help me conquer the pain. From the darkness to light, little bird show me the way. Shun down to fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring high above the rest. Forever grateful, little bird, my true zest. Little bird, you taught me how to dream. Ain't no cage that can hold my inner steam. I'm feeling stronger with every single scheme. I'ma seize the day, this moment gotta redeem. Through your song I found the rhythm of life. Feeling alive, got no room for strife. Little bird, you're the one that set me right. Guided by your wings, I'm ready to take flight.
division. The final circles of the PC division have always been interesting.
As soon as it happens, Flight comes through. This will be a good time for an upload. Right now, wait, is receiving a lot of that it takes off from the intensity of the match.
This is the thing that they should be scared about. There's no fear. Without any fear goes in. They don't have a lot of
Stealing back on the Kitsune, a lot of HPs in it where they're trying to fight, they're trying to down. Obviously now for one, that thing! Yeah!
Six weeks in a making, 100 of teams joining in here in the PC division, and it all boils down to this. Welcome back, everyone, to the FPC Season 3 Grand Finals for the PC division. My name is Infinity, and together with me is Bibimbap, together in the caster's desk.
Oh my god, we are really looking forward to this very day. Imagine we have devoted 2 to 3 months for us to know who will be our champion for this Season 3. We are looking forward for a two-pit, but unfortunately our champion teams way back Season 1 and Season 2 were already divided into different teams. And speaking of which, we have Powerhouse, which I believe is the home of the MVPs because they have AIM, they have a BJJ and Rookie. But looking forward, we actually have a different team that we are eyeing for, and I believe they are kind of powerful way back knockouts. Moving forward, our semifinals, which is one of your favorite teams, Infinity, and I think that is Kitsune.
Yeah, it indeed is one of my favorites jumping into today's matchups, but we have a totally varied array of teams joining here today. But as you have mentioned, this team, Kitsune, as you have called it, is one of the teams that has been here for the longest time already, has been playing back in Season 1 to Season 2, and from Peanut himself, or well, rather, one of the players of Kitsune themselves mentioning that they were able to reach top 6 back in Season 1, top 2 in Season 2, and maybe this time around could be the opportunity for them to become the champions.
That is going to be a sweet victory if ever they will be able to secure it this time, because they were eyeing this for so long, just like what we had for SR Nakage. Imagine the triumphant victory that they have felt during that season. But of course, for our viewers right there, make sure to follow us on our social media pages down below. That is Farlight84 across all of the platforms. We have YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and of course TikTok.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic there. If the viewers watching at home wants more updates, not just about the esports scene, but also about the game itself, or on the patches. And of course, the mobile division will come out really soon as well within this month. So that will be exciting times here for FPC Season 3. But of course, this will not happen without our official partner for Season 3. Thank you very much to Techno, best bang for the buck, for the best performance here in mobile devices, rather.
Yes, that is affordable, and as you mentioned, it is the best thing out there in the market that I hope we'll be having this during our ongoing grand finals, which will happen later this April. But of course, it is not just about Techno, because we have as well our official chair partner, Fantech Philippines.
Yeah, amazing stuff. You have comfortability paired with amazing performance on mobile devices, Techno and Fantech. Thank you very much. And on top of that, it's not just about the chairs. Fantech also has a wide array of options of peripherals, mice, keyboards. So if you guys are looking for those options, it's the best brand for you.
Affordable yet quality, and we already have we've been with Fantech Philippines for 2 consecutive seasons already, and I won't be surprised if we will be having there again on our on-site grand finals. And luckily for those people, they were able to receive their giveaways like keyboard and mice, as you did mention.
Yeah. And now we're jumping into the overview, what we can expect here into the grand finals for today. And of course, similar fashion to what we had back in Season 1 and Season 2, with the first points, or well, first placements going to each and every single game, having 25 rank points, second being 20 points, third being 17, and the rest of the crew will become lower and lower as we go into the 15th place. fighting for the lion's share of the $18,850 here in the PC division.
What is the difference this time is that before we kept on having 3 maps, but since it is our grand finals, we'll be having a total of 5 rounds for our teams to finally get those points that they'll be needing. And of course, it's not just about securing those placement points, but rather they need to have the tantamount kill points so they can keep up when it comes to the tallies, which we'll be having later on.
Yeah, the first map that we're jumping into a grand final stage. Sunder Realms here in the PC division. First time here in Season 3 because in Season 2 it's all about Devil's Lambton and Sunset City maps.
Yeah.
And in Season 1 it's all about Sunset City. So will be exciting times here in PC division in FPC Season 3. And as we have mentioned just a while back, the prize pool that these teams are fighting for is 37,500 USD across these 2 divisions. And here in the PC division, it's 18,850. So such a huge amount that we're looking at.
It really is life-changing. You can upgrade your PC arsenals, you can start up a business, or being part of this tournament itself, especially during our grand finals, is not just a bragging right, but is a really good boost for your career if ever you are eyeing to stay in the esports industry.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about the boost for these players' career, having the ability to reach their dreams, their goals of being the champions as well. One of the honors that became to really have the top 1 position, the top 1 place, becoming the champions here in the FPC PC divisions. And from what we have seen yesterday, the competition is going to be tight. It's going to be really up there with the best 15 teams here in the FPC.
It's really a day full of expectations, a day that could be full of surprises, because going back to our qualifiers, we've been eyeing Powerhouse PC, Ghost Reborn, No Fear, we have Battle of the God, but surprisingly, there are some teams like Azusa Esports who were able to bag a map going back to our semifinals yesterday. So I would be surprised if there will be some little changes when it comes to their capsulers lineup, because from way back we kept on having a Maggie for their lineup, but technically, well, right now we have the top 3 heroes. We have the dark side, which is not much of a capsuler way back our previous seasons, but because of the patch, because of the rework that we have right now, Darkside is really one of the go-to capsulers whenever you want to rush a compound. It's really what I call this a Hail Mary play if ever that Summit Crash will be able to hit those capsulers that are lurking inside the compound.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned about the capsulers, the compositions here in the PC division, because thus far it's a wide of changes and differences from team to team. We see the likes of Duckside and Maggie come into a single composition with Sienna and Ember from one team, but from other teams you have a lot of utilities to be the center of it all. You have the Duckside being centered around as a hero with the likes of Sienna, Ember, and a flexible hero as well when it comes to these compositions. So overall, there is a lot of expectations when it comes to the meta that we have when it comes to composition, but there is not a set meta that we have right now in a PC division. It varies from team to team if they want to play aggressive or if they want to play it a bit more safe.
To add up to that, some teams opted to have an Ember on their lineup. As you did mention, for a defensive type of strategy, they can utilize that vision erosion. Worst case scenario, if ever they are not yet ready for those people or for those squads that are rushing their compound. Another thing is that way back in the mobile division, they kept this what they call this bow on their lineup because of the rework as well for the frenzy bomb. But in PC division, I haven't witnessed much of a bow plays because, as I did mention, it varies from team to team. It depends upon their playstyles.
Yeah, and Yon is pretty much a tantamount to success here for the teams right now. And that is what we were talking about a while ago. This meta that we have here in the PC division pretty much revolves around Maggie, Duckside, Ember, Sienna, and Young to be one of the important pillars of compositions that we have right now. So those are some of the expectations that we have set for the top 15 teams that we have here in the FPC PC division. But as soon as we said that, I guess we're jumping into the most used heroes that we have here in the PC division. Young to be the top 1 pick here in this platform.
a total of 428 percentage at a quite small disparity with the dark side with 419, followed by Cyanon. Wow, Maggie is still at the fourth sweet spot, plus the Ember. This is actually the heroes that we kept on mentioning earlier when it comes to the squad lineups. And for the Ember, it's just 187 times that he was picked.
Yeah, and at this point, Yong is the only one that is staple across every single composition just because of how much information it provides for the team. With the Divulge and the Blinding Mark, it gives you so much knowledge on where their opponents are currently setting around the map, the Sunder realms. As for Darkside and Maggie, these two are flexible. It can be interchanged into some of the compositions. Then Cyan and Ember just rose to the occasion in the middle of FPC Season 3. But we have seen the heroes. We're now looking at the weapons with VSS sitting at top 1.
Still, across all of the platforms, we have this as well for the mobile division. Apart from that, we have White Dwarf with a 572 picking rate, almost half of VSS. And then AK-77, Uzi, and wow, we have Defender still with 100 times being picked, or just 3.7%.
Yeah, and just diving a little bit deeper into what these weapons provide, VSS right now is one of the top picks into those long-range fights. And at this point, you only need the magazine and another accessory, or I believe magazine only, for the VSS to be such a viable weapon across the board for these teams, for these players. So that is one of the expectations into the weapon loadouts, and the White Dwarfs and Uzi are interchangeable, as the SMG, AK as well, provides so much damage but with high recoil. So some of the expectations here in the PC division, and Defender's just a substitute, an alternative for the VSS if ever some of these players doesn't really want to go for that weapon route. But nevertheless, those are some of the hero composition, weapon loadout composition that we can expect jumping into the grand finals.
Are they going to secure those defenders? Because I feel like I've witnessed some players utilize that defender for 2 times, or just very, very slow, or very little amount of that would settle for that. But going forward, it's surprising that Mad Rabbit is not really part of the meta anymore because of the patch that we had when we were having this FPC Season 3.
Yeah, at the beginning of the PC division for Season 3, Mad Rabbit rose to one of the top picks when it comes to the weapon composition in the weapon loadouts. But given the changes that we had when Freddy was released and those minor little bit of tweaks and fixes here in FPC, or well, Farlight 84 in general, those White Dwarfs, those Uzi became the favorites for the SMGs. But we have been yapping and talking about FPC Season 3 overall. But let's see how the weekly video, how the FPC was molded here to jump into the grand finals.
Closing this, there's still so many teams alive, and Mad taken by 2019, able to do some damage. They're gonna be eliminating everybody from the West. Bam! He's gonna see it! He's gonna be taking the shot!
This is it, the moment of truth, the final battle that we're all waiting for, the day where every little things will determine whether you win or perish.
Oo po, kasi madaming strategy ngayon sa ano eh. Tapos may sobrang dami ng strategy, iba-iba yung strat. Saka nahirapan kami sa ano, sa Ember.
Mantis goes in, they go for the damage, they have the red on.
They're gonna be denied the top spot. Today is the day for all the teams to show their highest skill and their most solid teamwork. They must contest their art of war to win the fight and ultimately achieve glorious victory.
Napagandaan naman po namin to nung ano eh, bago pa lang mag-semis. Hindi pa kami magiging excited dahil top 2 kami sa semis. Mas gagalingan pa po namin, tapos mas dudurugin pa namin sila.
Yung plano namin is itutuloy-tuloy lang namin silang durugin tulad ng ginawa namin kanina.
Good luck and have fun. May the best man win. Sa mga kalaban namin bukas, galingan nyo para mapigilan nyo ako makuha itong medal ulit na to. Tsaka sa top 1, sa Kitsune, lakasan nyo lalo na kay Snoop.
Let us all witness their peerlessness and the moment of greatness. The rise of FPC Season 3 PC Champion.
May the best team win. That's pretty much what we have seen on that weekly video, and each and every single team, every single players right now should leave no stones unturned. We're here at the grand finals, 5 games of action to go and secure the champion spot.
I'm actually having a little goosebumps because of the statements that our players did mention on that video, and I'm really looking forward who is going to be our grand finals champion for our season 3. Imagine bragging those medals that they were able to rack up during our previous season, and you guys should prevent the Metro Fam onto having a 2-peat this time.
Yeah, it will be an exciting and momentous moment if ever that happens, a back-to-back champion occurrence, because that has never been seen before here in FPC. But we are moments away. We are moments away, Beam, from the grand finals round 1 here in FPC PC Division for season 3, where it all starts for the grand finals.
It's going to have their saga continues because I'm already having this, my hands are already cold because I'm really looking forward for this one. But of course, we'll be having a very quick short break, so we'll be right back right after this.
The 15 greatest teams will be playing here today. Welcome everyone back to FPC Season 3 PC Division Grand Finals. We're still the same people. My name's still Infinity, and together with me is still Bimbap. Beam, I don't know what to expect. These are the best of the best.
Sorry. What I mentioned earlier is that technically when it's map number 1, it's attempt check. It's a momentum game wherein people are opting for a surprise factor because as of now, they still don't have anything to lose. So some of them could contest a POI, but who knows?
Yeah, and yesterday we had the interviews from these teams. But right now, speaking of which, we're looking at a top 15 going into the grand finals as the number 1 jumping through. It's Kitsune having the most points from yesterday's semifinals.
They're the team that we are eyeing for, especially during the qualifiers. They were one of the, I think, for 4 consecutive weeks, they're at the top 1. Apart from that, we have Nuestra Fam. Ghost No Fear was able to bag a map yesterday. Powerhouse Fanboys, which is the home of the MVPs. Fantasy Sports, 2319 Biosupremacy. Build Diff Paragons, Eternity, 2319 Cebu, Ethereals, Azusa Esports, AXG or Aquila N3GS, the former DDN3, Dream Team PC, Azurate, and Ivy League PC.
The best teams coming in to the grand finals for the PC division. And yesterday we saw Kitsune perform out of their minds and Nuestra Fam following that as well. But coming here today for the grand finals, the head-to-head, it's the 2 best teams, the 2 favorite teams here in the PC division. Nuestra Fam up against Kitsune, once again emphasizing that Kitsune has 100% top 3 appearance even yesterday in the semifinals.
The only thing that Nuestra Fam was able to go up against Kitsune right here is the damage that they have dealt for an entire game, but that doesn't secure the fact that they were able to land the final blow. But because based on the kills per game, it's still moving forward for the side of Kitsune.
Yeah, for the side of Kitsune at this point, they're absolutely amazing. I mean, look at the survive time in average. They really want to play it for placements. And yesterday, from what they were doing, it's all about those patience game and discipline from early to mid game. And once they reach that point of the second to the final zone, that's where they start to ramp up. Nuestra Fam, not as much when it comes to appearance points, but they're quite aggressive as well jumping into this game. So we'll see those drastic difference between these 2 top teams here in the PC division.
Actually, I feel like it is not really that huge when it comes to the kill per se, because they have those skill set. The only thing that Nuestra Fam is having a problem is for them to finally enclose the game, because there are some instances from yesterday that they already have the upper advantage when it comes to having the high grounds. But again, based on their skills, they tend to go or to dive in those fights that they shouldn't go after.
Yeah, but you know what? Enough about that. We're going back into tradition here. We're going into the talent prediction. I have predicted that Kitsune will be going to win it.
Oh, well, I kept on building up about Nuestra Fam, but that is not my vote. I'll go after the home of the MVPs for this round. It's going to be Powerhouse PC or Powerhouse Fanboys.
Yeah, I don't want to vote for Powerhouse anymore because yesterday I voted for them in game number 1, and you know what happened? They lost. They were one of the first teams that got eliminated, and at that point I was like, nope, it's the caster's curse. I don't want to let it through here today.
Maybe I'll leave their lucky charm. Let's have it in a different way this time. But yeah, one of the things that I've witnessed for Powerhouse PC is that they have the tendency to overheat. I mentioned earlier that there are some fights that they shouldn't go after, wherein aim, for instance, loves to go outside the play area where in fact they are already inside. So those are one of the skirmishes that could be lethal for Powerhouse PC for bagging an entire map.
Yeah, we see a lot of differences when it comes to strategy, when it comes to playstyle, right? A lot of teams wants to go aggressive. A lot of teams wants to go for those patience game. And I think what we are going to expect here today will be different as well. Back in the semifinals, these teams are thirsty to get points, and that just nets them and pushes them and forces them to go aggressive to gain as much as they can. But here today, it's going to be a reset day. It's the grand finals, so it's all about patience as we jump into game number 1 to start it all off here in Sunder rounds.
Who is going to set the tempo in our standards? Because we'll be having 5 maps in total. Also, there will be a differences when it comes to their POIs, because this is the right timing to do that.
Honestly, I feel like they're not going to change their POIs at this point. just because of comfortability, but those things can change. As we have the capsule pad, actually quite on a good road here, splitting apart the southeast and northwest part of the map.
And it's actually good, especially that some of the teams could not opt to go for a long shoot because this is going to be close to where they would like to land. As of the moment, we are currently eyeing your team, Kitsune, wherein they will go after the transport port, which will be contested by 2319 City.
Yeah, it's one of the favorite spots going into the game. It nets you a lot of capabilities to go north, south, or even east side of this BOI for a rotation. And even then, it gives you a lot of capability because it is on zone edge. Typically zone edge when we're jumping into the following round. So overall, a really, really good spot.
Well, actually, earlier on they were contested, but rightfully so, they were able to bag those 3 kill points already, meaning 2319 Cebu should go back to their senses and go back to their spawners. They could go for a re-rotation and not drop on these specific spots as well, especially this is already grand finals. You don't want to die without any of a trade.
Yeah, you do not want to really go for those risky plays at this point. We have mentioned this already a while ago that going aggressive in these early stages, considering that we are already into the grand finals, is not one of the expectations. So we could see Ivy League going for those peaks there, but AXG will still come out on top in the engage that we have just observed. But at this point, so much teams are stacked into the vicinity. You have Squad 9, Squad 15, Squad 12, and even Squad 5 just hovering around the right side.
Yeah, and even Drink PC, they are lurking onto the refinery area wherein, as you did mention, the upper part of our quadrant is almost all stacked of our known teams. So they just have to go for another POI that is not yet cramped up. Another thing that we can witness here, AXG or Aquila on that scrimmage is really good. They were able to land those final blow or fatal blows without having any casualty. 4 kill frags means those teams that Ivy League per se should go back to their respawners as early as of now.
It is very risky. If they lose the lead spawners at this point, and if they give it away, it will not look good. Because at this point, there's still a lot of time before we reach that time of the game, and these spawners are going to go out, not to be active at this point. So, a lot of those patients want to wait for later fights and later engages. They have to play it a bit more patiently, but thus far, still do not have any players, still do not have any teams eliminated.
Yes, of course, because they know the gravity, if ever, they will be the first one to MC our lobby. But currently, Zone Western Family is having a scrimmage onto New PC, or actually Manta.
This is full clip onto that engage. Be unrelenting. They get kill onto Revard. Matt had 3 players with double 4 shields. They're more than capable of fighting this. But Vision Erosion denying that eyesight from their opponents, and Mantas just bought themselves time to be able to fight back. Raven, no more shields left. Trying to get pushed. Pew Pew trying to find him out. We'll be able to go in for the reset. We'll be sighted out. It's 2v1. Goes inside the building, and Mantas is steadily waiting. Gets that first knockout from the opponent. Side. who will fight up against AXG. Go down by this turf truck.
The fight keeps on and on.
4 shield will not be sufficient into time for the team. Run away, just out in the open. Respiration field will be bought up, but in the 3v1 I don't think that will occur. That will be great. In and out, not enough. Green PC will secure 5 kills.
The thing about this team is early on they were opting for a loot. They have those tier truck already, but the mere fact that they were bold enough to rush in a building once that they have witnessed that there is a squad lurking up there. And speaking of which, we also have here a sponsorship box that has been enabled already. This is going to be not a sweet spot for Aquila and 3GS.
Fighting another member of their opponents. Already securing 6 points. Immediately into their teams, such an aggressive player. Aggressive team to say the least. How they played it yesterday. Very safe, be very slow in the early game. Come around, this is uncharacteristic.
This is a perfect opportunity for kids in it. They are overhitting already as early as of the moment. Imagine we have just dived into Sunder for around 3 minutes, I might say. But Considering that we have 14 squads already, seems like a squad already left.
Up against Vietnam here in Rocky Zone. This turn he already gone for the count. And remember, falls down. The Westra is on the lead here with a 1-4-2 trade, but in the end, in the Westra, they're left with 2 players.
Same thing with
And 19 and we're back with 2v2. Brave goes down. An amazing framework action coming in from JMC. We'll be able to take a head from the Westra. The Osho player that made so much miracles happen yesterday in the semifinals. Will he be able to do a miracle here today once again?
But Eternity!
Denying a lot of business from their opponent. Eternity comes in a third party. Will be the detriment against these 2 teams.
It's going to be, yeah, just when we thought it's just a battle between those 2 teams. And Eternity is wreaking havoc already, whereas Ghost Reborn No Fear is already around the vicinity.
Ghost No Fear is here as well. Eternity has sights on them. They have information on where they are currently setting at, but considering how Eternity has placed themselves into the Sky Domes, they have the verticality advantage. They have the geographic advantage up against them. And Ghost No Fear, if they stayed for long, they could just get pounced. They could get jumped on by Eternity.
I feel like they will go for the first option wherein they have just relocated themselves, because Raka Zone is a really hard point to defend because, I mean, it is an easy point to defend, but it is a hard point to penetrate because it has one way in and one way out, wherein you don't want to go climb up those sky domes as you did mention earlier, because you know you are already exposing yourself too much if you're going to do that.
Here, they are on double 5 kills, 4 kills, Revered, Jolo, and also considering that they lost Revered a while ago into those early engages. Have to worry as great. A full cover over the buildings. They are wanting to go in for those push, and at this point, they are on the massive disadvantage considering that Azraid has an initial position, has cover as well to play on. Mantis really wants to go in for the push. Mantis wants those heads. Mantis wants those bounties. But no more shields left. They will go in, and J-Wing secures that kill, secures 1 member, 2 members make it. And Azraid, only the 2 players alive here. How can they deal with one of the best teams in this game, Mantis? Now just flip the script. They have the cover. They're going for the push. The pings are there. They have sights onto the side. Shield for that extra stability on that 1v1. Now go into the back. Goes for the chase. Will still live. He wants to make it here alive. Khan goes down already. And yeah, Pew Pew goes down. And Pew Pew shooting right straight to the face. And Nez will just have to say goodbye. They're jumping onto the same spot here. J-Wing back with his team. And they're pretty much set. They got those 4 kills.
That was a very good initiation coming from Mantis, even lurking, or even considering that they are playing outside the zone, but they can celebrate too early yet because we have our Reaper lurking in the corner, Kitsune Daichi, or Kitsune per se, Snoops with the vision, with this VSS, and I feel like they are not going to go dive in. They are just going for the long range battles that they have right now at their advantage.
Yeah, yesterday we had the opportunity to have the interview on the Kitsune, and they have mentioned that this time around here into the grand finals here in season 3 might be the opportunity for them to finally become the champions and finally reach the crown, reach the throne that they have sought after for the past 3 seasons now. And considering how much kills they were able to achieve, 12 kills already with the state that they are currently in, I don't think that any of these teams right now in this lobby has the possibility into taking them down that easily.
They're really a giant that they have to fight collectively. It's not just an entire squad that could go up against this giant. And after having those lot of frags for the side of Kitsune, we currently have Powerhouse PC and Built Diff Paragons that as of the moment still doesn't have enough points.
Yeah, but very unfortunate. Now looking at the standings that we have right now onto the right side of the screen for the viewers watching at home, there are already 3 teams that are eliminated here in the early game. That's the Western Fam Ivy League and 2319 Cebu. Very unfortunate considering how This is the grand finals already. Top 15 teams left, and the score points are reset. Not considering the qualifiers, not considering onto the knockout stages. So it all comes down to this, and losing that early on is not a good sign.
And because they were the first 2 or first 3 teams, know that the 14th and 15th place doesn't have any points to be considered. It's 0, and the next one is 1 point. So they should just rely on the kill points that they were able to rack up during this map number 1. But going back, Eternity, it seems like they are going to overstay on its Sky Dome, but they were already lacking one Sienna because he went down there, and Ghost Reborn No Fear. It seems that they went back to this specific area.
Yeah, and at this point, Eternity should just play patiently onto the Sky Domes here. Ghost No Fear has the innate disadvantage because they are the ones who has to push, and they are the ones who has to go onto the top side. But Eternity wants to play a bit more patiently, wants to go in for the revive, but now it's Ghost No Fear who's jumping in with a Stomach Crush, knocks them up, and with a follow-up by Ghost No Fear, it will be the end of Eternity. Darkside already fell down, and Ghost No Fear is still onto the chase, and that will be the full elimination. Eternity is eliminated out from game 1.
Imagine lurking up too long, holding on to this POI because they think it's safe for them, and we already discussed about Rocky Zone being impenetrable. It's really hard to go inside, but because of the perfect timing that Ghost No Fear did engage on that one, they were able to reverse the tides onto their favor. But moving forward, Kitsune is just guarding up the outskirts of the circle. So even though Ghost No Fear were able to give out all of the members right there, but it was not just 7 frags, but they were not in a good shape.
Not in good shape here. They lost 2 members already. Revered and Jolo, the only one left standing, coming in from Mantis. What are they gonna do? 23-19 BS already also lost 3 members from them. So only the lone wolf left standing here, but Mantis has to greet another team, a third party. Mantis has to face the wrath of Azraid. Now looking back here, Ghost No Fear. Such in a favorable position in Rocky Zone. 3 squads stacked in this POI. But at this point, Ghost No Fear still undefeated here in Rocky Zone.
I thought earlier they would be the one to rush in that compound, but they just waited for the perfect timing for Mantis to go dive in. And after the skirmish, Mantis was already eliminated. But I've seen earlier that we still have a lurking rat right there from 20 to 19. It feels like he is just a struggler. Look at this.
Ooh, some crush onto Azraid's Vengeance from Kitsune. Yeah, faced us, he eliminated 1, and we're going to go for the Vengeance play. Ghost No Fear here into the Rocky Zone. Has to have the battle up against another team here with just 23-19 BS. And at this point, they're still having to look for one more member here. With Jenny the God already falling down.
Azraid!
But can they make it? Intense gets knocked out. It's a 1-for-2 trade at this point.
Last
Playing a bit
man.
more patient. They do not want to go for that fight. Only lost one of their members. 10 kills already to their name.
Last man standing as well for the side of Azraid. So I feel like he's just going to go for the placement points. Ghost No Fear together with Kitsune Daichi are the 2 compelling teams that we can rightfully see as of the moment. As of this moment, we're in Powerhouse PZ still doesn't have any frag. The same thing with Built Diff Paragons.
Yeah. For the viewers watching at home, just FYI, Paragons is now taken by the organization of Built Diff. So the representations for Built Diff, we have seen the likes of Built Diff Mobile perform in past season, and even in the first season or 2, we have seen the teams of the like of Built Diff really come out into a very competitive state. And right now, Paragons is under the same organizations. But for now, just an update. It's 9 teams remaining into this game, and we're approaching the final zone soon enough.
Especially those squads that are just lurking on the corners. Ghost Reborn No Fear does have the same scenario, but they are going up against Kitsune.
15 kills already, Kitsune. Is there any team that is able to beat them? Ghost No Fear is stuck between rock and hard place, and at this point they have to pressure in. It's a 4v1 situation, and Ghost No Fear should now fear the name of Kitsune. Only one member remaining coming in from Ghost. And I don't think they're going to be having an easy time up against the like of Kitsune, having 17 kills already into this matchup.
I feel like that last member of Ghost the Born Fear would go for the healing strategy wherein he opted to stay outside the player area. Look at that super Axel. It's like he's a channel, just healing, was able to rack up those med kits so that they could go for the placement points, but rightfully so, Kitsune as of the moment, so long as they have witnessed a squad, they would go after it. Powerhouse busy, keeping shush. They're not in the spot as of the moment.
Yeah, Powerhouse right now is utilizing the Freddy once again, and that enables them to go aggressive at that point, but
Kitsune here.
now built it. Having sights on a lot of players here. Powerhouse gets flanked from behind. They left their backs open from their opponents, and with that said, Kitsune lost 2 members as well. Not really the best position. Has to go in for the reset, but gets sighted onto their heads. Oxy, the only one left standing. They could go for the healing strategy at this point, but other teams know where they are currently sitting at. And I don't think they're going to leave Kitsune unattended, considering that Oxy with a Sayana is the lone wolf for the team. And now Revamp is fighting up against Dream. Goes for the reset for now. They need those shields. They need those HPs. If they go out in the open, might be the death of them.
It's not really a good spot for them to lurk already. Rightfully so, Dream PC still does have 2 members, but they have to go right in and Summit Crush as we come into the back.
An amazing start coming in from AXG. Goes in at their backs, and now they're going in for the chase here onto the second floor. Quite a detriment as Revamp is in a good position. Jetpacks across the board in a 1v1. To be able to go back outside of the building. Very unfortunate for Harl, but you have the restoration field to go in for the resets, have sights onto one.
It's going for the quick revive.
Fashion going for the revive as well for their opponents. Have sights on them, and that cancels out the revive. But favorably, Virgo is outside of the building, is inside of the safe zone as well. So those tick damage will not really be an extra pressure from this team. 4 teams remaining into this game. It will be Ghost No Fear, AXG, LF4 Paragons, or well built it Paragons this time around. Another team remaining into this game, wherein Kitsune is nowhere to be found.
Last 4 squads that we have right now, and the other squad is already outside the player area, and Harl TZ was able to weed out the members of that skirms that we had earlier, but look at those bad kits. It seems like Built Diff Paragons opted for the second survivability plan, wherein they will have their channel lurk in the corner and do the healing strategy.
Yeah, this is pretty much healing strategy across the board from the 3 remaining teams left standing into this game, but now we can talk about what can happen in the following games. We have seen Kitsune to be very aggressive, but what was that? Paragon, or rather Built Diff, has sights onto the last remaining standing for Powerhouse, and Rookie now falls to the hands of the danger zone. That was clever coming in from Built Diff. Paragons, that was dominant. They were able to have sights onto that Sayana, and at this point, it's pretty much that healing battle remaining coming in from these 2 teams standing into this game. But coming back, I've seen Kitsune to be very aggressive, so that could be something of an expectations into the following games as well.
That is something that they have to look out for, especially that all of the skirmishes that they were able to go, or to the compounds that they were able to rush in, was a victorious one coming from them. Moving forward for these 2 healing battles that we have, I feel like Built Diff Paragons is more equipped because the Siana on our left side is already looking for some medkits that he could go after.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate, but this is already to be expected because the Sayana healing battles has been one of the staples ever since middle of FPC Season 3. And for the viewers watching at home, this is already something that has to be stated and has to be said that Sayana, this is the clutch moment. These are the cling for hope, the last breath of victory here for the grand finals for the PC division, and that will be the end for map number 1 with Z4 Paragons coming out on top.
What a great execution of that survivability coming from Build Diff Paragons. But going back, I feel like Kitsune was able to grab those huge kill points. So even though they weren't able to have a cushion finish, still when we go for our round standings, I feel like they could go for the second or be it the 3rd place.
definitely. I think with how much kills Kitsune was able to achieve, 17 kills overall, that's pretty much equivalent to the top 3 spot in the game. But unfortunately enough, they were only able to secure at least top 5 at that point. So this is very unfortunate, and in consideration to Built-If Paragon's instant 25 points into a top 1 finish is still much better, because you can just play it safe, you cannot go aggressive, and you gain so much points in the process. And I feel like Kitsune's mindset jumping into the day's matchup is, if they get so much kills and they get top 1, they're much in a better position than the rest of the teams coming here into grand finals. But as always emphasized here into the desk, into the PC division, or overall here in FPC season 3, that placements are still much better and safer option for every single team.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you the luxury of just securing the placement points. Of course, you have to rack up those kill points as well. And good thing though, speaking of kill points, Maestro was able to see as early as possible that Sienna from a Ghost No Fear was just lurking in the corner, because he already removed all of the medkits and gave it to their Sienna. So finally pinning down those nail onto the Sienna that is going to go up against the battle. I mean, it was supposed to be a try battle for the healing battle that they are going to have early on, but because of the vision that Maestro was able to do so, it turned down to, it finally deducted onto having just 2 Sienna onto that last circle.
Yeah, and on top of that, it was Ruki as well that has been cited by one of the teams a while ago into the final zone, with the 3 teams remaining in that matchup. Very unfortunate for Ruki overall. I believe it was Powerhouse, and when he was pushed by the Maggie, it was just the death of him, and at that point it was Paragons who secured that win from that game 1.
Yeah, it's a hilly battle for this early round 1 for our grand finals. I would say that it is unclimactic, because we have witnessed a lot of action pack, especially during those skirmishes that Kitsune was able to spearhead on. Apart from that, it's a good run for Kitsune, but for their compelling team, which is Nuestra Fam, they were able to land on the 13th or maybe 14th spot, because they have depleted their respawners early on.
Yeah, depleting your respawners at the grand finals very early on into those stages is not exactly the best options. And I believe Kitsune at that point was able to go aggressive just because there are 2 teams into transport port wherein they initially dropped, and they won. They got those instant 4 kills in the early game. They were able to stack up onto Gear XP and Shield XP into the early matchup, and they started to ramp up. And as always, we have been discussing this with the English casters, that Farlight right now is a snowball game. Well, an exception into the Sienna battles at the very end, it's a very snowball game, wherein if you're able to stack up into a level 5 shields early mid game, you're able to match up against other teams very, very advantageously, and that can be set in stone for a huge benefit, wherein Kitsune, coming from that game number 1, was trying to do that as well. 17 kills into the mid game. They were not able to reach that top 3 position, but nevertheless they stacked up 17 kills with those kills. And 17 points for those kills, rather.
Yeah, and that's something that you should fear. I mean, that you should have those fear, of course.
Yeah, and that game number 1 was ecstatic. It was chaotic to say the least. But for the viewers watching at home that was not able to reach game number 1, let's look at the highlight that we have from the prior game. And that conclusion for game number 1. The top 1 team that will be able to secure it is Ghost No Fear. Despite not being able to get the top 1 finish, despite only taking the top 2 position, they will still be able to net 31 total points from that game.
But look at how far Kitsune was able to land as well. They were able to go for the 3rd place, considering that they were just at the 5th place during our map number 1. Going back to the thought that Built the Paragons was our outstanding survivor on our map 1, still, because of the lacking for their kill points, they were just at the 2nd place, which is very unlikely. Built the Paragons way back, they're good at having those skirmish, but right now, I feel like they are more on the passive place.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I always have emphasized that going for placements is much more better, right? We can talk about the heroes and weapons all day long, but we have emphasized and talked about this already during the pre-show. But what I really want to talk about is playing for placements, because Kitsune, yes, they were able to stack up and get a lot of points, get a lot of kills, get 19 kills out from mid-game, but where did they stand? Only 7 points in the placement rankings that net them only top 3 position. We're in at that state of the game, they could have played very late, very disciplined to what they had performed back then into the semifinals. Yesterday, they were playing very disciplined, mid-game, late game. That's when they started to ramp up, and they were able to secure so much points. And that is what I'm looking at once again, because despite getting a lot of kills, if you do not get placements, it's all for nothing.
It's going to be a double whammy for them. But our MVP by Techno is none other than Battle the God, with a total 5 kills, 1,375 damage, and 15% of headshot percentage.
Yeah, it's a massive win coming in from Ghost No Fear. They were able to stack up much more points compared to Built Div Paragons, and that enabled them to become the top 1 coming in from game number 1. Not as much kills, not as much damage compared to the likes of Kitsune, but at that point, Ghost No Fear deserves this MVP title, or well, rather Battle the God receives or deserves the MVP title out from that matchup. But nevertheless, still a lot of expectations, still a lot of pressure coming in from Ghost No Fear and other teams as well, out from the top 6 that we had in the semi-finals going to the grand finals.
I feel like apart from Kitsune, there could there is no squad rather that could go on par from them, especially as of the moment, considering that they were not being pinched down, they are not being third-partied, and they know their rotations pretty well. So long as they're going to rush in the compound, and as you did mention, quote-unquote, no stones left unturned, so long as Kitsune Daiichi would opt for a rotation, they could go rush in the compound and wreak havoc already, even though they kept on activating some sponsorship box. They love those people to go onto their location. They're already giving out their locations, I might say, but no squad can go and wipe them out, especially if the zone is on their favor.
Yeah, it definitely is an extra favorability, an extra benefit to have the zone into your favor and have a little bit more of a better position compared to the rest of the group. And that is one of the unfortunate scenarios that Kitsune had to face a while ago, that they were playing on the Rocky Zone, or well, rather near Rocky Zone. They had to go into the safe zone. But thank you very much for the 500 views. For the viewers watching at home, we are giving away 1,000 gold.
Make sure to redeem us on your Farlight 84 accounts under CD Key, because that is not just going to be our giveaway for today. We'll be giving diamonds so long as we are able to reach our 2nd milestone.
Yeah, are you going to sponsor it? Are you giving us diamonds, or?
No, it's from Farlight 84. Of course,
I thought
I would give the
also giving
diamonds.
away is, diamonds as well, on top of what the Farlight team is going to be giving us. But yeah, for the viewers watching at home, share the stream. Invite your friends and your family to watch FPC, because once again, these teams, the best 15 teams right now in the PC division, has the opportunity to be able to crown themselves the champions here in the PC division, with only 4 games left to be able to qualify, or to be able to stand at the pedestal, at the top, at the mountain of FPC PC division.
The standards have been set already, and I feel like we are slowly but surely getting there.
And of course, with game 1 over, coming up next will be round 2 of the grand finals. Very ecstatic moment because a while ago we saw a lot of teams battle it out, and we've mentioned this already a while ago as well, Beam, that the points are reset, the points have been back to 0, and it all comes down to the grand finals. So we'll see how these teams will perform. We're just going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's game 2 of the grand finals. And here we go, game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, for the FPC Season 3 PC Division Grand Finals. And we have seen a while ago, Kitsune and the likes, Built Diff Paragons and the likes were performing out of their minds. And the question is, can they stand onto that momentum? And can they continue that run of success out from game 2 up until game 5?
We already discussed about this, that Kitsune already have set the standards moving forward. Map number 2, I'm really eyeing a glow up, I might say, or another standings coming from Ghost No Fear, considering that they were our outstanding, they were on to the top of our round placements early on. They have those skill points, they also have the second place, so 20 points for the placement points. It's just a matter of consistency if ever they want to go on par with Kitsune.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about Kitsune, because that is one of the topics I want to talk about. Kitsune performed in game number 1. They got a lot of kills. They were dominant. They were able to find a lot of teams in the process in early mid-game. But unfortunately, they lost into the middle of the pack, wherein when it comes to placements, they were only able to secure 7 points. And one thing's for sure, they're still one of the best teams, but if they want to win, if they want to reach that grand final spot, they have to balance out and weigh out their options and have a mix of kills and have a mix of aggression, but also have a mix of those placement points, because placement points at this stage is still very, very important.
It's going to be detrimental if ever they weren't able to secure even just a single map. I feel like if they keep on getting those kill points, it is going to be more than okay if they will be secure even just 25 points or even just 20 points, so long as their kill points will be double digit and consistent as it is.
That's arguable. Yeah, that's definitely arguable. If you get a lot of kills, you gain a lot of points in the process. But yeah, if you want to have that possibility onto reaching that top, still the balance of the two still going to be very, very important jumping into the grand finals. But definitely agree with you there, Beam. Jumping into this game, it's all about getting as much points as you want. And I think Kitsune was just on a pickle wherein they were pincered by a couple of teams. They were stuck out in the open and they were not able to achieve what they wanted to achieve coming into game number 1, so they can run it back coming into game number 2, as we are moments away from that matchup, into going aggressive, finding those kills, but finding a better position this time around.
To be short, it's about choosing your battles. Well, we kept on talking about Kitsune. I'm also looking forward for the other teams to perform as well. Going back to our qualifiers, the West Java was okay, but during the first map, it's a little shaky for them.
Yeah, a little shaky. So we'll see if they can improve and they could reset jumping into game number 2. But once again, going into map 2, here we have the head-to-head between Ghost No Fear, the top 1 team from game 1, up against Powerhouse Fanboys, with both of them having a top 3 appearance of 100% and 11.3 average placement points for Ghost No Fear and 15.8 for Powerhouse.
Actually, there's not much of a difference from those two. It's just 1 point difference when it comes to kill per game, a little over 100 for the damage per game, and even the placement points. So I feel like if they're going to have a skirmish, to have a stand-off battle, it's going to be, I mean, I cannot decide as of the moment who's going to win, because skills-wise, it seems like they're just even.
Yeah, it's a very hard decision. And that is definitely something that I do agree with you, Beam, because jumping into these games, as we always have talked about, and I believe both platforms and both broadcasts for the Tagalog and English do agree that these teams right now for the PC division are a coin flip. Some of these teams can outright perform in one of these games but lose into the next matchup, and that is the unique perspective and characteristic here in the PC division.
But of course, who among the squads did we voted for? Okay, so I voted after Build Diff, Paragons, and your choice is still Kitsune.
I'm doubling down onto Kitsune. Every single game, despite them losing or despite them just going down into the middle of the game, I think Kitsune still can perform. And they are here looking for the championship crown 3 seasons now. Maybe this is their time to shine.
It's Kitsune all the way for Infinity right here, because it's a matter of consistency. It's just that they need to add up those kind of a passive gameplay wherein if they want to secure those sweet 25 or 20 placement points, they have to adapt to that. They have to, tone down a little bit and choose the battles that they are going in.
Yeah, but you know what, Beam? Let us go through your prediction. You picked Built Diff Paragons. What's up about that?
Built Diff, I already told you earlier that it is very unlikely. It's very unlikely for Built Diff Paragons to have just 3 kill placements. So I feel like they are having a different mindset moving forward to our grand finals. But if Maestro would do the recent Maestro that I know about, he could go explode and have those kill points racking up.
So it all goes down to Maestro performing here for Built Diff Paragons. We'll see if that can happen here, as they have shown us their greatness a while ago in game number 1, taking the top 1 finish. And unfortunately, they were not able to secure the overall top 1 standing, but nevertheless, they have performed and was able to secure that 25 placement points in map number 1. Once again, emphasizing the importance of those placement points.
It's really vital, especially that you can you know, you can have a different strategy so long as you have banked up those 25 points already on map number 2. You could go aggressive, you could go after the kill placement points, so long as you won't be the first one to exit our lobby, just like what we had with Master Fam early on. Azraid, it's very unfortunate for them. You already build up this mindset that this is grand finals. You cannot just go out of the lobby without getting those kill points, without being the first one to go back to the lobby. It's really unfortunate if you'll be the squad to experience that.
And let's talk about the viability of those Sianas,
Mhm.
right? Because in the middle of FPC, where we're able to see first time is Siana being utilized into that regard, wherein they're playing outside of the danger zone, they're playing really late, and we have talked about it a little back then in season 2 that you can play it a little bit more towards the late game if you have the Siana, but not to this extent. Where in FPC here in season 3 was playing so slow, and it was so unique in and of itself. But the viability of this option is because from what we have seen in example for game number 1 is that just because of the Siana battle, they were able to achieve those top 1 finishes, and that nets them 5 points above the top 2 placement.
Yeah. And that's a good thing actually, and it's a second resort to survivability or for assurance to landing that 25 or I mean placement points. But it's going to be good if ever you are also able to get those kill points, I might say, because having those placement points with just 0 kill points, or be it a single digit kill points, won't be enough if you are eyeing to be our season 3 champions. Of course, you have to be bold enough, you have to assert your dominance across all of the squads that you have right now in the lobby.
Yeah, it's all about weighing your options, right? Weighing the risks. Because of course, going aggressive and looking for those kills and looking for those teams will net you at a higher risk because of a high reward of getting 1 point per kill. And that is what Kitsune was relying on. And that is the defendant. So we'll see if they can run back, or other teams if they can run. For those teams, we are not from the 2 as we are moments away. The Sunder Realms came through for the grand final here in season 3.
Would this be a 2 lead coming from a Sienna strategy, or Kitsune would finally secure the sweet spot of being our outstanding survivor and go back with their POI? It seems like they have asserted already an entire dominance onto transport port, so I would be surprised if they're going after it and the fate is already there. But the next question would be 23-19. Are they going for the second round of skirmish against Kitsune?
It will be an interesting case here, but it looks like your question has been answered. 319 will drop onto the same position here. The transport port up against Kitsune. And now it's all up to Kitsune. They can run it back from what they did in game number 1 and be aggressive as well and get those early kills, early points, and ramp up and snowball out the portion.
But as of the moment, they were still able to kill each other. It's just that the vision and the angst was there, but they weren't able to leave out the spot yet. On the other hand, on the other side of the map, downtown, we have Azraid already exchanging fires against Maestra Fam, who I believe has used already the respawners.
Yeah, very unfortunate as you're meeting Azraid. This is one of the POIs, this is one of the locations, lab to be more specific, has been favorable for a lot of teams. The Western Fam has been banking onto this position for such a long time already. With a lot of shield XP devices and a lot of loops to go for, but the big problem on going into this POI is that you can be gate kept by a lot of teams, because the only way going inside or into the island or the center of Sunder Realms is 4 bridges.
Yeah. It's going to be very unfortunate if you're going to be kept on that part, and you cannot just go dive into those open spaces, because as of the current patch, it will deplete your health. Unlike way back, you can just use that as a springboard. Like, you can play around that one. But rightfully so, you have to think twice if ever you're going to stay a little bit longer onto the southern part, onto the lab. But rightfully so, Kitsune, I feel like they have already witnessed or know the locations, because Divulge has been optimized or utilized as early as of now.
I hate what I'm seeing right now, because the thing about these patience game, or well rather these delayed team fights, is they're losing time to accumulate more shields, they're losing time into accumulating more weapons, loadouts. Every single team that comes around, or every single thing that comes around into these teams, they're being delayed. So Kitsune is forced to decide that they have to move, which is a much more clever decision than just to wait patiently for 2319 to pressure them out. Which at that point, you're just giving a massive advantage to the rest of the lobby into gaining level 4, level 5 shield.
And this is a good decision, as you did mention, coming from Kitsune. Apart from that, it also attracts other squads to go for the third party. So if ever they're prepared already, it might be too late for them to react up on that. And the 2319 is kind of doing the same. They're just going to run after Kitsune, though I feel like it's not really a good situation, especially that they didn't have that decent arsenal yet. Both of the squads, they just have level 2 and level 3 shields, and when it comes to even the guns, we still have a Ego Wing right there, utilizing that Ancient Star, and Sunderland Realms, I feel like it's not a viable gun as of the moment because it has a very spacious, it's very vast for a shotguns to be utilized.
Yeah, it can only be viable in the early game, just because level 2, level 3 shields, it can be an instant knockout from these teams, but coming into the mid game, late game, they have to transition to the likes of SMGs and VSS to be able to perform. But right now, the only capable shotgun maneuvers coming from these teams are the early phases, first zone, second zone, wherein these teams still doesn't have those level 4 shields. 2019 going in for the push. Now just from crush out Knights onto the Magpie. No follow up as well. 2 instant knockout. Kitsune is gone. And only 2 members still alive here. Very unfortunate. This is what we're saying. These delayed plays, delayed aggression is not something that I'm looking forward to. But Peanut going into the backside of Sight as well. But the question is, can you perform up against a 2v4? And that will be Peanut to be the next target. And 2319, an instant 3 KO that they were able to achieve.
Patience game did pay off for the side of 2319, and they were able to get that punch against Kitsune. Kitsune, though, I feel like they're going for a re-rotation or a change of the redeployment, whereas 2319, just like here, lucky enough because the sponsorship box is still, is on to that part as well of transport port.
I don't like this. I don't like this. We called it just a while back. They're playing really late. I was thinking that they're repositioning into another location. They're repositioning into another POI at that point, wherein they went into the hover car and wanted to shift their locations, but they still waited patiently, which was the end of them. And now we're looking at the likes of Azraid and Mantas, who already stacked up level 4, level 5 shields. And at this point, they have that massive advantage up against 2319 BS and Kitsune at the same time.
Yeah, well, actually, that is the 2319 Cebu who contested them onto the transport
CB.
port.
Sorry.
But yeah, I get what you mean. Like, considering that Kitsune is one of the teams that we are really looking forward to. It's not a good time for them to dilly-dally and to have those little points to themselves. Though, Azraid, they have level 4, level 3 shields, but apart from that, those stand-up battles could be not a good spot for them as well. Though Kitsune, right after going to the responders, they are already missing Peanut onto their lineup.
Pretty unfortunate. And that is one of the staple members as well coming into Kitsune's composition. Just because they lose the Yang, they do not have any more information, especially if they want to play it for more of a delayed play, the patience game into this map 2. Without the Yang, they do not have information on where they're at. Looking on the flip side, Powerhouse's sights onto another team here. That's Built-It Paragon. That's Mastro, the player that you mentioned a while ago, that has to perform here right now into the grand finals if they want to take the top 1 position in the championship crown. Thus far, Powerhouse will not push through, and Built-It Paragons will not play quite aggressive here, despite having level 5 shield across the board.
A good decision, I would say, for them, especially onto Maestro, because he's going to be outnumbered. If ever he decided to go after AIM, who is rushing in to that spot already. Though as of the moment, these 2 squads, they're keeping shush. They're just quiet. They don't have the numbers yet when it comes to their kill points. Powerhouse PC, they only have 1. We're in a Paragons, or built with Paragons. I feel like they still don't have any kill point onto their name. But Ghost Reborn, no fear, they have 2 already.
Yeah, they will be able to stack up 2 kills coming into the early mid-game. Still in a dangerous position, could get pushed at any moment's time. But Jenny the God now slowly creeping himself in into the vicinity. Brain Azraid is waiting downhill. A little bit unfortunate as they're not exactly on a geographic advantage up against them. Looking at their backs, there's someone else. It's Naz. It's Intense rather. That is really pushing, but shifted his position onto a building. But you have WZZ, but instead of having that touch up onto their opponents, will die onto the hands of the danger zone. And Azraid will be able to eliminate 2 members of Don't Know Fear. Coming in from the dark side, Jenny the God eliminates Intense.
But they have to recuperate as early as possible, so long that because they are outside the zone already. That was a very unfortunate clash, Maggie versus Asiana, because a perfect timing of that restoration field. That's why he was able to regenerate or go back, get back those HP that he has left already. Though onto the side of Azraid, yep, they were able to take down 2 members of Ghost of Fear, but right after that, they have sacrificed 2 of their members as early as now. They don't have their respawners as of the moment, so I feel like they could go just after the 50 points, but it's really unfortunate. It's still too early. Nobody has exited our lobby as early as of now.
Kitsune! Kitsune's the first team gets eliminated! There's no way! The best team coming into the grand finals is out in the game!
We have built it up Kitsune for so long, but that's just our map.
Up against VPC, will get sighted. Go out for a bit, but they lose one of their members out already here into map 2 in the grand finals. Bit of a play here. The fancy footwork will turn an advantage for AXG. We'll stack them up in a level 4 shield. After having the upper hand, gets a push. It's Regeno goes down.
We're now in a pinch, and AXG is already wreaking havoc. There's N3GS. I feel like there's just actually there's just one member coming from Dream PC. They were able to rack up those 7 kill points, but as of the moment, Refinery is hot POI, wherein I can see on our minimap that there are 3 squads who could possibly rush into that spot. The Westra fam, they are playing it passively. It is a complete contrary onto their playstyle, onto their pacing, going back to our map number 1, which I feel like is a good strategy as of now.
Unfortunately, Mantas has sides onto Ivy League, considering who they have to divulge. Have information that there are only 2 players here for Ivy League. Have sights on them as well. Get push, have sights on them, but not go for that extra peek. And Ivy League might just go in for the zipline to go into a better position. They have sights on them onto the 2nd floor. Off the tower. Will get pushed. Turbo gets turbo down. Vision erosion. Could that be enough though? But that's 4 members coming in from their opponents. Mantas, but Ivy League still safe here. We'll still be safe there, but we'll be sighted. Beamed out. Will not be able to go into the rooftop of that tower, and Mantas secures themselves a kill here in the early game.
It's kind of sketchy. I mean, you only have 2 members coming from your squad, so I believe it's not really good to rush in the component. It's completely stacked out. Ghost No Fear, on the other hand, was able to weed another kill, and kind of promising as of the moment. They have 6 frags already, 6 kill points, plus their gears is kind of decent as of the moment, but until when? Because they will be met by Revamp here.
Yeah, Revamp up against Eternity. But at this point, we have to slow down and talk about the situation of this game. Kitsune at the moment was eliminated early on, and we have emphasized this a while ago already that those delayed fights, delayed team fights, are not favorable for any of this team that just net Kitsune the loss there. And now Ghost No Fear just hunting people down, similar to what Kitsune did in game number 1. Played it back and run it back, and now the 2nd team gets eliminated, which is Revamp out of map 2.
And we're being eliminated by Eternity, but yeah. We built up about Kitsune that should go after kill points, plus securing a placement points. And landing onto the 15th or the first one to exit the lobby doesn't give them any points, because that's just a 0. But apart from that, Ghost Reborn No Fear, our first placer when it comes to the points early on, is being challenged right here by Eternity.
Oh, quite aggressive, being so much confident here. Jenny the God falls down, so one member coming in from Ghost No Fear has already fallen into the rants off the Maggie. But Super Axel, can you make it out alive? 1 more HP left. Now, good response coming in from Kaden. getting the shot from the flank pincer maneuver, and the revives will occur here for Ghost No Fear. 10 kills already to their name.
They are the compelling team. They're one of the squads that we are looking forward right here. But we still have those strugglers coming from the other squads. Right now we have one member coming from Ivy League. You see another one coming from the side of Powerhouse. This is very unlikely. Only one player left for Powerhouse. I haven't seen the clash that they were able. I haven't seen the squad that were able to whip them all out.
Yeah, and I've expected here in the grand finals to be quite tight of a matchup across the board for the top 15 teams, but not like this. Best teams, winningest teams here in the PC division grand finals are eliminated one by one. Kitsune, Eternity out. Powerhouse with one member left. Dream PC with one member left. So much pressure across the board here, but very uncharacteristic coming in from the top teams here today in the grand final.
Which means that this could be a limelight for the other squads. Built If Paragons, we haven't seen their name yet onto the kill feed, which means that they are playing passive as of now. Same facets that they did onto map number 1 we're in. The moment that we had the final zone, that was the time that they have gotten those 3 frags that they were able to have. Apart from that, I feel like Mantis is kinda consistent when it comes to choosing their battles. They have how many kill points as of the moment? I feel like they have 7 or 5 already, and they are just lurking outside of Refinery, so they're close to other squads right here.
AXG, you sneaky little team. Yeah, it's nice on Ivy League and now it's nice on Navi, but oh man, a bit of a bait there. The change of position, the change of crosshair placement will lead Davi to a better position into a safer location. Still have sight on them now. Davi will still live, fortunately enough, because of Mantle.
That was a good bad time coming from. You don't like it. Oh,
that's it.
But they were able to get the kill onto Davi, so a point would go to Mantis. Wayne is kind of surprising. Wayne is kind of surprising. He's being the vision. He's giving the vision to the rest of the squad of Mantis, and as Raid, with only one member, would admit it's denied outside the play area, but Mantis is going to rush in an entire building, and it's going to be built in Paragon.
But the Paragon's position erosion will not be enough though, as Paragons is still holding their position. One member already down, but with a Medi X goes in for the revive, so still enough to bring down the likes of Mantis. Mantis Esports will be eliminated out of game 2. Now we'll be fighting against another team here. It's AXG. Steal the rat off their opponent. Azusa. Staying outside, or well, rather inside of the building for the position. They're also denying that capability and fighting them out. So far, so good. After getting pushed out, the crush got up. The follow-up is fantastic. It's impressive to say the least.
It's going to
now
be
Cannon, one, but will be the only one left standing, and they will get eliminated out of the game.
It's a win for Ghost Reborn No Fear. It's a third party actually that they didn't join, or that they did join, and they were able to rip it with them out. They were able to get those loots that Azazel was able to get from a built in Paragons. Actually, it's a different squad rather. We only have 5 squads left as of the moment. My vote is still in here. We still have built in Paragons here, and the struggling survivor from a Nuestra family would admit its demise onto the hands of Ghost Reborn No Fear.
Already gone. Paragon still playing it a bit more safe pretty much at this point. It's Ghost No Fear up against Built If Paragons. The only team has those 3-4 members along with 2319 Taboo. Ghost No Fear wants to push out Built If. Can they make it out here? Because the thing is, they have the higher ground. Ghost No Fear has that geographic advantage up against Built If. But one Summit Crush, one good engage coming in from Built If, Paragons can change the whole tide in their favor.
so long as they're not going to stay that long, because they have a lot of squads already looking at them. It seems like they're just waiting for someone to initiate, but look at the defaults that has been committed here. The zone is already on its final form. Powerhouse PC, they're still in it. They're still here. They have one struggler. Same thing with Master Fam. So I feel like they're just going after the placements. Paragons, build the Paragons. They're not committing. They're not
Paragons.
going out.
Now going outside, going onto the rooftop. Ghost No Fear, lost Kaden already. Now Piltniv has the drastic advantage up against their opponents. Ghost No Fear only has 2 members left. Larga goes down.
Largado.
One lone wolf left standing, and that will be it. Paragons will eliminate Ghost No Fear. 23-19 goes to the third party here. Perfect time. Art God will get knocked out. But Paragons is still unrelenting. They're still in it. They're still in the game. Ghost No Fear, 1 member live. Nuestra Fam, 1 member live. 23-19 still has 3.
They have the number advantage as of the moment. As of this moment, who would have thought this team, that was the Reaper, on the side of Kitsune, was able to go this far, and that is going to be it for Powerhouse PC. We only have lost 3 squads, with 2 being the advantage of 23-19. They still have the Shanna though, who is actually outside the player era.
Oh, Ghost of Fear still in the game. It's Jenny the God going on to the safe zone. Clydex
The med kit.
climbing out the rooftop, but that will be it. It will be the 1-for-1 trade that happened there, but 23-19 still in the game just because they have Seiko with the Sayana, with a lot of bodies that surrounds him as well. It's a medic battle from both these teams. A Sayana battle, to say the least, from both of these squads. But it will take some time before we reach the end of this game. But once again, emphasizing that the top 1 position is 5 points higher than the top 2 placement here. 25 compared to 20 points. So the team here that will take the top 1 spot will have that massive lead when it comes to the point advantage up against the other.
It's really vital for them to have those medkits onto their side, but I feel like they are not that prepared, especially that they're actually looking, scanning onto the area. Where could the death body be? Where could those crates be? Especially this Yana that we have from Nuestra Fam, he doesn't have. He's not well equipped with the med kit, and that is going to be it for Brave.
Yeah, that didn't look good. Nuestra dashed, and as soon as he did, that was the end of him. 23-19 will come out to be the top 1 here from map number 2, gets that victory here in Sunder Realms. Game 2 of the Grand Finals. 23-19 Cebu, just like that, steals away the top 1 position.
What a boost, and what a twist of events, because the thing is that 23-19 just need to go up against Kitsune Daiichi onto transport port, and if ever they were able to do that, it feels like it's going to be onto their favor. Only if they would be able to give or to surpass that hurdle that they have early on onto the side of transport port. But it feels like patience game, or it's not being just a rat, because we have witnessed them getting those kill points.
Yeah, they were able to take a couple of kills of their own for 23-19 Cebu. They were able to match up onto the final zone, but what I really want to focus on is the beginning of game number 2. Kitsune lost there, and it's really unfortunate, right? Because it's not just about because of the team that I really predicted to take that game number 2, but just unfortunate because this is one of the situations wherein I really, really hate the most coming into the mobile division or the PC division, because those delayed aggression, those delayed team fights really is disadvantageous for both these teams, for both 23-19 Cebu and for Kitsune. Because if we had that comparison a while ago, right, Kitsune and 23-19 Cebu only had level 2, level 3 shields at most, while the rest of the team, the likes of Mantas and Nuestra Fam, already stacking up level 4, level 5 shields.
And the thing is, as of now, I feel like they haven't see that as a loophole yet, because 23-19, yep, they did waited for so long onto that transport port, but who knows, they were able to back our map number 1, and because of their patience, they strike our giants that we had earlier, the Built Def Paragons, Ghost Reborn No Fear. They have waited patiently for them to have the skirmish, to exchange fires, and go for the third party. And they were able to be our outstanding survivor for map number 2.
Yeah, so much has happened there in game number 2 here in the grand finals, but you know what, let's recall what had occurred in the prior game here in the highlights for the grand finals. What a play of fate there from game number 2. Kitsune only being in the top 15, having 0 points across the board. And on the flip side, the team that eliminated Kitsune, well, at least initially, removing the respawners, 23-19 Cebu sitting on top.
What a turn of events. Ooh, very unfortunate. Unfortunate is an understatement. I couldn't imagine that Kitsune would go this low. Would pass by a round that would get nothing at all. But going back to our leaderboards right now, Ghost No Fear still does have 17 for the placement, so 30, kind of consistent when it comes to racking up points. Nuestra Fam as well, a good boost. We're in a Z4 or Built Def Paragons was able to get 22 points, so landing into our top 5 is still kind of decent, but they have to secure. These teams need to level up, get their A game, because map 3 is another story. They need to reset. They have to go wild. I feel like this is the time for them to rack up those points already. Kitsune, wake up.
We'll see if Kitsune will be able to wake up. At this point, I have no clue, because right now Kitsune is really a coin flip. They can become aggressive, they can win it all out from the prior game, but right now they lost. The first team gets eliminated, and that is just the downside of being this aggressive early on into the matchup. There's so much risks involved, and if you do not have your respawners, if you go for a redrop into Sunderland Realms, you may just test your fate and sign a death sentence into this game.
For the side of top 3 heroes and weapons, it feels like it's kind of the same. Even the Siana being the top 1, same. Even with our weapons, still White Dwarf, VSS, that is totally expected. Especially some people would opt to, some players would opt to a double SG, double White Dwarf, and the VSS time and time again, a good loot, especially if you can get it right after dropping. I've seen earlier a member from Kitsune that did utilize it but wasn't able to transition it.
Yeah, don't expect anything to change coming here into the following games. This is already staple in the grand finals. PC division to be more specific, but Clyde X, the MVP by Techno, receiving 5 kills and 2k damage from game 2.
this is given for a Maggie. A 2000 scoreline is already a must if you are going after this aggressive type of a capsular. 5 kill points. Yep, they were able to get this. And most of the kill points that they have was from the squad of Kitsune. Going back to their first drop, wherein finally they have a one-on-one or one-to-one score line, wherein this map number 3 could be the tiebreaker if they're not going to give up that same POI.
Yeah, but you know what is not expected here is that 28% headshot percentage that Clyde X was able to achieve out from game number 2, and one of the top headshot percentages that we have seen thus far here in the PC division, with only exception to a couple of other players as well. I think the highest we've seen is like around 30 or a little over 30%. But thus far, that is a really, really good sign. It's a sign of life for 2319 Cebu, and with just that win, I think they're really one of the contestants here today for the championship title.
It seems like they are just introducing themselves, and a good momentum was kind of developed for the side of 2319. They just have to be consistent, just like how our performer teams was able to do it early on. Good thing that we are also able to witness a differences when it comes to strategy. Nuestra Fam being our early exit squads or early to exit squads, going back to map number 1, was able to land not the podium finish, but still being part of our top 5. So it feels like they're finally having those different kind or different sets of strategy wherein they already know how to choose their battles. Just that they shouldn't linger that much, just like what did happen to Kitsune early on together with 2319 Cebu.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate of a sight to behold, but there's still 3 more games to follow up after this matchup, after map number 2. It's grand finals overall. It's a best of 5 in 5 maps. So we'll see how these teams will perform. Can Kitsune rise up to the occasion and rise to the challenge of once again taking the top 1 spot here in the leaderboard? But considering one of the topics that I really want to talk about as well is Ghost No Fear. The consistency from game number 1 and game number 2, taking top 1 from the very beginning and top 2 in the prior map, is a feat of a champion, wherein they are able to stack up at least 60 points from now.
Yeah, they just have to go back from the disparity that they weren't able to get during that map number 2. But apart from that, I'm looking for another teams. We have Powerhouse, Fanboys, who weren't able still to perform just like what they had during our semifinals.
But of course, the Reapers coming in for the grand finals so far as Battle the God with that 13 kills from Ghost No Fear.
Followed by Virgo from Aquila and 3GS. Jazu, so 2 players coming from 2319. We're talking about this already. 2319 making their mark or introducing themselves that, hey, we're here, we're part of the top 15. As you did mention, it is a stacked up lobby. It's a grand finals. That's why they need to level up their game. So it's a good sign that we have a new compelling teams. We have a new contestants that is already joining our leaderboards for the Reaper standings.
Yeah, new contestants here for the Reaper standings for sure, but already here into the grand finals. 3 more maps to be able to come through and to be able to really rise into the leaderboard and get a chance for that championship title. But thus far here for the overall standings for map 1 and map 2, as we have mentioned a while ago, Ghost No Fear, despite not having any wins, not having any top 1 victories, their consistency from map number 1 and map number 2 nets them 61 points thus far.
A total 24 kill points combined with the first 2 maps that we had. It's going to be a big of a headache if ever Kitsune won't be able to get those points that they need. Imagine, as of now though, with the map number 1 alone, Kitsune was able to land on the 7th spot or the 7th placer. So they have to, they have to keep up. They have to level up moving forward to our map number 3.
That's really unfortunate because the importance of placement points have been very emphasized that we had over the past few games. It has so much gravity to it. And to add to that, Kitsune had no kills in the prior map. So overall, as a summary, it's like Kitsune did not play in map number 2 and just left overall, which is very unfortunate of a sight to behold. If ever they want to still take the opportunity for that championship title, they have to demolish the likes of Ghost No Fear. They have to demolish the likes of 2319 Cebu with all of a sudden, out of the blue, got a top 1 finish in map 2.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that during that map number 2 they weren't able to get any point at all. Though the silver lining right there is that is just a score coming from a single map. Like a map 2 aside, Kitsune was able to land onto that 7th place. But moving forward to our 3 maps, for the 3 maps that we have left, they have to perform. They have to outperform the recent performance that they had or that they have showed us. Well, apart from a Kitsune, Ghost No Fear is, I can say that it's a giant already. They are already a good team. Victory aside, being the top 1 on our leaderboards as early as of now, it's already a bold statement that they are a good team. They could change my vote. Actually, I'll go after Ghost Reborn No Fear later on, but it's just good. All of their members, be it Super Axel, not just Battle the God, the initiation coming from Jenny the God is really great, utilizing that dark side.
Well, I mean, they've been here for the longest time already in FPC. They have huge history in the couple of teams that we had back then, so which will be very interesting to seek out for into the following games. But as we have seen from map number 2, the top 1 and top 2 team would be Ghost No Fear and 2319 Cebu. Thus far, the top 3 appearance rate might just lead you in a bit of a left turn, but thus far, Ghost No Fear in the grand final specifically and exclusively has been in the top 3 position across these 2 games.
They're kind of consistent when it comes to securing those kills, and even the skirmishes. We have seen time and time again that Ghost No Fear would go after a squad, would go after a compound, and they were able to thrive. It just so happened that during their map number 1, they are met by Kitsune, who with them all out. But again, this is just map number 2. We already have the stats, and we are just doing the calculation who is going to be our champion for our season 3. So all of the squads, they shouldn't relax because we have more.
Yeah, we definitely do have more. But you know what else is more? It's our predictions coming into game number 3. You know what? I have picked up Kitsune once more. I never doubted them. You know what? We'll see if Kitsune can rise and come back, but I might just be the curse. You know what? Yesterday, I just flipped the script time and time again. I voted for the teams that I really want to win, but they lost. So we'll see if Kitsune could be encouraged or could be cursed this time around by the casters. But let's see. Ghost No Fear, you had a change of heart there, Beam.
Yeah. Because, well, speaking of consistency, and I've said already, Ghost No Fear wasn't able to bag a map for their name, but they were able to get those skill points. I mean, victories aside, they're our top 1. And it's not for nothing. It means that they could do it. It's just that they are having a hard time when it comes to closing a fight because just like some of the squads, they don't know how to choose their battles. They are really having those hot-headed. The moment that they have seen the squad, they are going to dive right into the compound, which is totally guarded and impenetrable. But because they have those skills, they are, they are very complacent that they could reverse the tides onto their favor.
Yeah, just the confidence outright for Ghost No Fear has been over the top, over the limit thus far here in the grand finals, and that is very unique in and of itself for Ghost No Fear. And I'd be giving away the key point here coming into the grand finals for the PC division or even the mobile division going into the next couple of weeks time. The most important thing to be able to win and get the overall champions is consistency of placements. Like, don't even at me. Kills doesn't matter. Kills doesn't matter. You need the consistency of placement points, because just think of this way. Having 25 points top 1, 20 points on top 2, 17 points on top 3, just being top 3 across the board for 5 games nets you what? 60, well,
Not
85
really.
points?
Yeah, 80 to 100.
It's massive. So that is the argument that I make, that placements is much more important, and consistency onto into the top 3 appearance rate would be much more important than getting those kills, being aggressive, and players. We'll see if these teams perform right now for the Game 3 of the Grand Finals as we are jumping into Sunderland realms once more.
Would this be the hate time for Kitsune to finally get back to their senses? Or would another squad introduce themselves to us just like 2319 was able to do so early on?
Exciting time here for PC Division. Game number 3, how the signs have been turned, how the script has been flipped, and how the best teams are now currently struggling in the Grand Finals. But the game is not over until it's over. We still have 3 games on our hands right now. Map 3 in the horizon, concurrently. Now Eternity as we have the sights onto them. They are more towards the south part of the map, which would lead them to a bit of a success here, considering that they have initially dropped into Sunderland realms quite quickly, quite swiftly.
And as early as of now, we are currently having some skirmish from to the side of As Wraith and the Nuestra Fam, which is going to be met by the other squad. And I believe, though, they already have those kill points as early as of the moment. Eternity feel like they have the luxury of time to get the loadouts that they need. But wait, because Nuestra family is onto the right side of the map, so they have to slow down a little bit.
2-4-2 already for Kitsune and 2319 Cebu. And now you have another trade back. Glid will be able to be one of the members here for Kitsune as well. Once again, we're not seeing them in action right now on our screens, but looking at the kill feed, this is not looking that good for both 2319 Cebu and
look at Pina.
Now Eternity right here, right now, will be able to take 1 kill already to their name. Will be the gatekeepers away from Lab, down onto the south part of Sunderland realm. Going to the flip side, it's 2319 who will be having the sight onto one of the opponents that we are seeing right now as Paragons get those initial eliminations and respawners will be forced out. The shotgun on hand, that will be 2319 once again hunting Paragons.
I feel like that's the second respawner being depleted by Paragons, or I mean the second life that has been depleted by Laricat, because I've seen his name already pass by our kill feed early on, and it's not a good thing if they have depleted it as of now, as early as of now. Though coming back to Kitsune, they were able to weed out the members of 2319 as of the moment. The chances of that will fall down as well. Where 2319 is only left with 2 players.
3 corners are still up here. Kitsune only was able to eliminate 5 players here from 2019, making 6. As
Amari has been depleted.
will get the Reaper title from this initial stage of the game. 6 kills already for the squad. A really good start, especially if they want to come back from their huge deficit in map 2, gaining 0 points in game 2. A really good start for them, but 2319 Cebu is still into the matchup with 2 respawners left available for the team.
They could still recuperate, but I feel like they shouldn't drop on that same spot, especially that Kitsune is already stacked up. They have already the momentum that they've lost early on. Though Eternity is going on par. Nuestra family onto that compound, but moving forward, Dream PC is wreaking havoc already onto the side of, or onto the compound that we have for AXG and 3GS.
Yeah, the XG. How decide to see Dream. Dream also gets 2 kills, so even trade for both sides. Despite that, we're seeing so much in the kill feed right now. Players falling down bit by bit. The sponsor box is down on the first floor for Dream PC, but how long can you last here? Especially considering that you're giving away the information for your opponents. Dream PC will be sighted by Ivy League. Number shields left for Ego. And that will be the turnaround for the knockout. Knockdown. Dream PC will lose Ego Wing. And the sponsor box will be handed over to their opponents. Now goes to Fear. Fighting up against Revamp. Carl TC will get knocked out. Fear have 5 kills already to their name. I don't think they're going to start or stop anytime soon enough. Kaden will be traded out by Revamp. These trade backs, these 1-for-1, these 2-for-2s. There's no fear. The Dependent's only 2 members alive. Brings it down to a 2v1 situation. Goes no fear, but only one member standing. Has to play this methodically and clever into this matchup, but with the pincer maneuver, I don't think he is going to come out on top from that engage. Goes no fear, but the respawners come back into the same position. Wanting to go for the revive, revamp goes in, and one team already eliminated out of the game.
And I'm looking forward for another visit coming from Ghost Nuclear, but it seems like you're not going for another PY, but rather just fight, diving right in. And after that skirmish, moving forward, we have Mantis with 5 kill frags as of the moment, and the other half of the squad has already depleted their respawners. Onto their outskirts, we also have Azri.
I really hope to see the standing right now, which is the team that got eliminated first of all. And who is the team that has a couple of members left standing here? Mantas lost Pew Pew. The Wester fam has full control over them. But at this point, they only have 3 members as well. Their Young is out for the count. Could still go for the revive as they are pretty much safe already onto the bridge. And Azraid, full elimination onto Intens already, so much harder time for them to be able to be successful out from this game 3.
It's going to be a 4v3 battle wherein the utilization of that vision erosion just to deploy, just to rotate is a good shot call coming from their Ember. Eternity, though, they have the safety net of this compound, but they shouldn't dwindle here any longer because the full force of Nestra family could penetrate their defenses anytime soon.
Nestra. Jet leaps going into the second floor. Vision erosion delays this push though. There's still time for them to be able to escape the grasp of Nuestra. But onto the second floor, we have that fight. Going left and right. There's still no bodies. There's still no deaths from both sides for Nuestra and even Eternity at this point. But Eternity has the shield advantage. They have level 4 shields across the board, but in comparison onto Nuestra, who only has those level 3 shields for their team, for their players. And they have sights on them. Going for the peak. Not exactly the best position.
Nobody wants to commit.
No commitments, but as soon as with that we are seeing Nuestra going to climb up onto the top floor. X is there as well for more sustainability. No more shields left, and Nuestra is holding their ground quite significantly as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade for both sides. Eternity lost Josh. It's Burn 1, and Shiva's the only one that's standing up against Nuestra. And that will be Nuestra who will win it.
We have 2 squads that have left for the lobby as early as of now. The fight keeps going on and on. We have Revamp as of the moment having an exchange fires against Azusa. Vision erosion would be utilized there as of now, but 2 members of Azusa has been taking a toll.
Taking a toll, Azusa, Revamp, 2 members left, goes for the peak. Shameless! Now sitting in shame as he will be beat down by Revamp. Now goes for the peak, wanting to survive to help his team soon enough, but goes through and Azusa will get deleted by Revamp.
What a clutch coming from Harl TC. Imagine being not in a good position right there, but this is a battle, Sienna, that you can just underestimate. 12 squads, 3 squads already left for the lobby. This is map number 3, and just like you, I'm looking forward. Who are those squads? It's very unfortunate as of the moment, though. Ghost Reborn, it seems like they are not lucky onto this map as well, because they are already lacking 1 member, which is WZ, and they don't have a decent arsenal. They just have a level 3 shield.
Yeah, they don't need weapons. They're fighting a war with medpacks. That's the only solution here for Ghost of Fear. Sounds ironic enough, but that's the game plan. With 3 members alive, they cannot fight up against the likes of Kitsune with level 4, level 5 shields at this point in time. And they cannot fight up against other teams as well with full member squads availability. And that will be their option here. We have mentioned a while ago that consistency on top 3 appearance rate will be much more important here, but Mantas up against Nuestra, fighting with Seiyosho already down, not looking that good because Seiyosho is one of the dependents coming into this team to be able to win it. And now Mantas loses 1. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Jolo goes down. Mantas
Pew pew!
in a dangerous position, but Nuestra is still standing really strong. Mantas wants to sway the tide in their favor, but Mantas gets deleted. Or well, rather they delete Nuestra out from the game.
That's is going to be it. 4 squads has been eliminated. Manta still does have the time, but I feel like it's going to be crucial. They have the, I mean, their Sienna has been down already. Azraith guarding this corner, gatekeeping Mantas from going inside the circle. It's a really good call for Azraith to go aggressive against Mantas.
Definitely so. Daisy, no more shields left, has to go for the resets. For now, has to depend on his teammates to be able to push it out. No more shields left for Nez, but it doesn't matter because Jolo has already gone. There will be 2 members left for Mathis to be able to scour away in fear. This will be the win for Azraith for now in that team fight. But Mathis holding their position. They know that if they fight up against Azraith, they are on the back foot. They are on a massive disadvantage. So Jay Wayne waiting patiently inside of the second floor is a much better option than fighting this hand-to-hand combat.
I feel like he's going to be pinched on Rada compound because the other member of Mantas is already rotating onto the other side counterclockwise, but Jaywin was able to do some miracles, taking down 1 member of Azraith, but until when? Because he doesn't have that enough resources, he doesn't have enough medkit and Nez 2v1.
Puts down Jay Wayne. Only 1 member left, I believe. For Mantas.
Yeah. It's going to be reversed.
Now Powerhouse, third party, has sights on Azraith as well. Trying to go in for the push, trying to go in for the chase. Nez already with no more shields left. But Powerhouse still standing strong, wants to go and turn the tides away. It's gone, who gets eliminated.
It's going to be it for Azraith. They have lingered too much onto that place outside the play area. That's why they were already out.
Ghost No Fear out in map 3. They're eliminated. Jenny, the god, removed for the face of the earth. And Revamp just eliminates them, obliterates them, and annihilates them here in Game 3. And that will bring the chance for Built Div Paragons and the likes for 2319 Cebu as well to rise and steal away the top 1 spot.
That's a good sight for us to see. Though apart from them, we also have Kitsune that is kind of passive when it comes to their gameplay. This is not the usual Kitsune that we know. We know that Kitsune, once that they have witnessed a squad, they tend to rush in the compound, but going back to the lesson that you did mention early on, it's about the placements. You need to know your battle. That's why they're having this blockade to their advantage. They are not rushing in. They're still inside of the circle. They could as well gatekeep, I believe, PC from entering it.
And that's the reason why the consistency of placements is much more important than kills. Because with Ghost No Fear getting eliminated as the 5th, 6th squad who is out here in map 3, definitely giving it away for the likes of 2319 and another squad to steal away the top 1 position, which is not exactly what you want. If Ghost No Fear played it patiently and played for placements across the 3 remaining games that we have, they could definitely take the championship title. But now Powerhouse's sight onto Mantas removes them away from the game.
I have the curse already right here, Infinity. Just when I've voted for Ghost of Fear, they were the ones who exit the lobby early. Though going back, we still have the Paragons, we have the likes of Kitsune that's still alive and kicking, and slowly getting those kill points onto themselves. Though we have around, I think, 3 squads that is already struggling just for placement points. Dream PC is not on their tip-top shape. The same thing with... which squad is that? 2319 BS. They only have 1 or 2 players left. Yeah, 1. 2 orange on the map. 2 players struggling for the placement points.
But the Paragons decides on Kitsune. They're pretty much side by side here, but the Paragons has 6th sense that Kitsune is just around the corner. Could pounce them at any moment's time, at any given time, but so far, so good. They're not going for the all-in aggression here, which is a much better option for them. Built Div Paragons and Kitsune is struggling for points, is struggling for kills, is struggling to take that top 1 position. So playing it a bit more patient is much more important. But Dream PC gets eliminated by Kitsune, as Kitsune is the gatekeepers from here on forward. But Built Div Paragons is just beside them, and this is a one-way street. Paragons is now able to gatekeep the likes of Kitsune. If Kitsune goes down here in the middle, the pack is not looking that good for the remainder of the games that we have left for the grand finals.
So it's going to be a great boost for the side of Guilty Paragon. It seems like they are going to let go of this opportunity of this line of sight because they are already riding their zero truck. So Kitsune, they could take this time to slowly but surely go inside the zone, go inside that safe spot, safe area. Though we still have Powerhouse PC, which is still complete.
Oh wait, Built-in Paragon now has the God spot, has the best position in the world that you can ask for. They are on the best position right now, but unfortunately enough, but they are on the spot that is in the center of the final zone.
Yeah.
And at any given time, all of these teams can pincer them out. For example, if Revamp goes for the push, Kitsune can be that huge reliance as well into putting out damage onto Paragon. So I like what they're doing. Maestro onto the buildings down onto the south of the God spot, because they want to split up. They do not want to put all of their eggs in one basket, because if they do, if that basket falls, all eggs will break down and all eggs will be shattered. So Paragons has to put out that late game insurance. If ever it comes down into a very dangerous position, they still have the reliance onto Maestro to win it for them.
And they have all the sides, all the angles covered, and it's a good thing for the side of Built-in Paragon. Although it's kind of risky. It's kind of risky if ever that compound could be rushed in by the other squad. Though look at it, 2319 against Powerhouse PC, but it's going to be secured by Built-in Paragons.
Now Kitsune, Ivy League loses two of their members, trying to run away. Turbo is very low as well. No more shields left. But Built-in Paragons, don't do this! Why did you go out? But Master is still in the game. Still not eliminated. So far, so good. Powerhouse PC as well, very low. Maestro gets knocked out. Not looking that good. Has to force out a Vision Erosion, because if they do not, they are going to leave themselves unattended. But the revives coming through, really good coming in from Largod. But the Divulge already used out. It's Kitsune pushing out. Paragons going for the zip line. Might just be the best option for them. Actually, at the nick of time, we'll be able to go in, and standing united at the top position in the final zone. The God spot in their favor could net them the win later on. They have to just stay still. Ivy League loses God Broke with Kitsune Snoops beaming them out. And the Divulge from time to time again getting used out here into the final zone. Built-in Paragons sitting on top. Powerhouse, Kitsune, Revamp in 2319 along with Ivy League, the only one that's standing here into the game.
Survivor right there fighting for placement, and even at 2319 by supremacy, looking for Built-in Paragons have a good vantage point.
Maestro a bit overconfident.
Slow because the zone isn't really onto their favor, because it will ilt them up anytime soon.
Eric goes down. Now Powerhouse is moving into the location,
VJJ?
wants to live. VJJ being sighted by Maestro. Now is in a bit of a
It's a Maggie
pickle.
versus Maggie.
It's a right side flank along with their backs left unattended, and now Kitsune, looking at it, has the best position right now, having a lot of cover. Paragons on downhill. Could still win it. Still has a good position, but how long can you last here? Because Kitsune has sights on you. Your footsteps are audible from far away. And soon enough, the zone will close in, and it will be Built-in Paragons who has to climb the hill, has to climb out the tower. Kitsune on the best position. How the tides have turned, how Kitsune played very patient and disciplined from here on out. But still 5 squads remain into the game. Vision Erosion already used out. Revamp, no more shields left for Miggy. Has to go in with a rolling impact, but not for long. That will not be enough. Kitsune will go in for the knockout, and Paragons going through inside of the safe zone. But Kitsune just being the dead of them. Paragons just lost one of their members, and now it's Largod, the only one that's standing. Revamp lost Ragnar and CDK. Kitsune is still full 4-member squad.
It's a good timing. It's a good day for the side of Kitsune. We have made mention about the placement
Kitsune on the
points.
hunt.
I think that this is not a good spot for Largod. He could met his demise right here. It's going to be a 2v1, but he was able to take down Snoops. Sienna again healing, recuperating, getting back those heals, but look at Kitsune. They have given up already. They gave all their med kits to Oxy.
Pretty much a 1v1 at this point in time. The 3 squads remaining. It's Powerhouse still in it. Kitsune still in it as well. 3 teams left standing here. It's a Mediax battle.
Restoration Field along with these med packs. Still one of the expectations that we have for the final zone, but this is very crucial. Top 1, top 2, and top 3. Once again, repeating the statement that we have stated a while ago. The top 1 will get 25 points. Follow up, it's 20 points and 17 points for the third place. So the team that will get top 1 position here would pretty much get a huge boost of point advantage up against the rest.
Indeed, it's going to be a really life-changing position for the squads. Be it
Looking at good,
revamp,
Rookie.
but who does have the enough medkit to survive that long? Because this is 3 Shannas. Harlteezy, I feel like he does have it because look at those medkits on the floor.
Yeah, there's still a lot of bodies that surrounds Harlteezy at this point, but this is the first time that I've seen the hair of Sienna's. It looks like it's glued together, right?
Yeah.
It's not moving, it's not flowing. It's like glued to the body as well.
Yeah, even though you run.
Oh wait, Medi X has a face. It has eyes and mouth.
Really?
Can we turn around? Can we see the face of Medi X?
It's not there.
See,
There,
see.
yeah.
Aw.
It's like a side. It's like a digital one.
Yeah. It's
But
a-
that expression isn't changing. Ooh, that's going to be it for Rookie.
Rookie just has to say goodbye, but at this point, Harl is still unrelenting, persevering into the final zone. A 1v1 of Sienna battles across two remainder teams in this game, but this is going to take such a long time because if we're seeing the opposite side, they have a lot of bodies surrounds them.
Yeah.
It's Kitsune that we're talking about up against their opposition this time, and Kitsune needs a top 1 position. And that is it. I think
Whoa.
Kitsune will win it. Take the top 1
Going
position
to win
because
for
there is
rebound.
no med packs left, and Kitsune will find their win at long last for the grand finals here in map 3.
It's a quick turn of events for the side of Kitsune. Imagine that huge disparity from a map number 2 when it feels like they didn't play at all because they weren't able to get any points, and rightfully so. Right now, it's not just about the kill points that they were able to secure, but rather that sweet 25 points, that placement points that we kept on talking about. They were able to do so. The recipe for
needed that.
victory is here.
Placement, it's all about those placements, and on top of that, Kitsune got a couple of fair share of kills as well to their name, so this will definitely push them in the leaderboard. Their comeback from game number 2 with 0 points secured here in game 3. They came back with a vengeance. They came back with a lust for a win, taking top 1 position and a couple of kills of their own.
Whew, what a complete turn of events for the side of Kitsune. Still, your vote 2 out of 1 out of the 3 maps that we have right now, and I'm really sorry for a Ghost Report No Fear. It seems like I jinxed their victory.
Are you the
For-
curse
for-
now? I'm passing the curse to you.
Yeah, I feel like I am the curse right now because it's a complete change of facing for the side of Kitsune, and I'm really glad that they did it. We kept on pointing out that this is not the usual Kitsune. Like if ever they see a compound, they're going to rush it. But early on, they have kept their composure. They didn't. They were able to choose their battle. They didn't dive in. They know that they could gate kept some squads, and with that, they were able to get our map number 1.
It's just not
I
favorable.
mean, map number 3 rather.
That's the statement that is overheading FPC right now. It's not favorable to go aggressive. It's not favorable to
Yeah.
wait for time and go for these delayed team fights because you're just putting yourself into a demise, into a detriment position of having not securing those level 4 shields, level 5 shields early on, which will be crucial and critical to success overall into getting those placements. And considering the meta that we are currently revolving in, the Siennas, more shields the better, because if someone pushes you, you want more survivability overall.
Whew. But of course, it is going to be a thing for us to refresh ourselves as we head on to our highlights for our map number 3. Let's watch this all together.
What a game 3 that has concluded here for the grand finals for the PC division with only 2 games left. But from that game, Kitsune came back with a vengeance, totaling 38 points from the prior map.
Imagine it's a very good like way to side or to see for the side of Kitsune. It's not just about those 25 placement points, but rather topping it off with the 13 kill points. Apart from that, we have a 14 kill points coming from ethereals, ethereals, total of 34, 4 points difference. Powerhouse Fanboys was able to land on the 3rd place, followed by Built Diff Paragons. So what is the thing that's missing here? Mantas! It's very unfortunate for Mantas to exit that early onto our map number 3.
And I'm telling you, with just that win and Ghost No Fear being onto the 11th position, only gaining 10 points, Kitsune is on a roll. Kitsune is on a position of favorability and benefit coming into game 4 and game number 5, and could definitely just turn the tides once again. It doesn't matter if they did not get any points coming from game 2, but if they stay consistent in getting onto those top 3 placements across the 2 remaining games, they might just be the champions if they want to, but definitely there's still a competition this time around.
And apart from our round standings, of course, there will be changes. I think there is none. Apart from VSS being our top 1, their spot with the White Warp is just interchangeable. So this time, VSS has taken the topmost or the 1st place. Sienna still same for this rankings.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty much a staple at this point, especially into the grand finals, where every single one wants to play for placements. Well, at least, hopefully, they want to go for placements. They need the Sienna, and just a statement here: 15 times picked into the prior game. Every single team went for Sienna this time around.
All of them. It's a recipe. They need to have that. Jong as well, 13 times, and then the dark side is just interchangeable with a Maggie. So there are those 4 squads that didn't opt for a dark side, but of course, our MVP for our map number 3 is none other than a Maggie from Kitsune X Daichi Amari with a total of 4 kills, 1,674 damage, and 26% of headshot percentage. Way back map number 2, how many is our percentage of the headshot? It's
28%.
28. So 2%.
Yeah, it's not the highest, but nevertheless, Kitsune just getting those wins, getting those kills, getting 38 points in game 3 alone puts them at a good spot out here into the grand finals. The competition is so high here in FPC, and I'm really excited to see game 4, game 5, because these 2 next games will be the statement, the decider on who will be the champions for the PC division.
Actually, even just for map number 4, it's already a momentum booster, or it could be a breaker for everyone, because considering that you don't have you haven't secured a map yet, but if you are not that sure of your kill points, and I feel like we can already see the numbers, and of course, as the line would like to say, stats don't lie. It's a matter of numbers as of the moment. So of course, we also have the redeem codes for our viewers as well, because you helped us reach our 2nd level of milestone, 800 views. That's not from me, that's from Farlight 84 team. So make sure to redeem that.
Yeah.
30 diamonds.
I thought you were going to say that's not for me, but I'm going to give some of you guys as well. But joking aside, kidding aside, we have 30 diamonds giving away, of course, care of the Farlight 84 team. So thank you very much to the viewers watching at home for supporting, for reaching that milestone, and also the Farlight team for giving this code away. But going back into the grand finals beam, we're down into the final 2 games remaining. And looking at the standings right now, with the performance across the board, Ghost No Fear, the likes of Built Diff, and the likes of Kitsune are on their top shape. The turnaround that Kitsune did was unprecedented, but they're here to win it. They're not just here to play, they're not just here to joke around. And yes, they might have lost game number 2, but it doesn't stop them for resetting and taking the top 1 position from the prior map.
And that's actually good, especially if you have the heart of the champion. You need to go back. You need to have that reset and go back to your tip-top shape. Go back to the being the giant as it is. What I'm really after for, apart from a Kitsune, is the performance that we have witnessed coming from a Ghost Reborn, No Fear, because it seems like they were the ones who got who was unlucky onto our map number 3, because that was the first time that they have exited the lobby early on. I feel like they have landed onto 11th or 11th place.
11th place. Yes.
It's very unlikely for Ghost Reborn No Fear to experience that thing.
Oh, for sure. Map number 1, top 2. Map number 2, top 3. Map number 3. I don't know. We can't. I just can't say it. Top 11 placements, and I guess this is just the unfortunate thing, or well, at least the essence of Farlight 84, or in general a battle royale matchup and battle royale game, is that these things are inevitable. Some of the situations could change the tide of a team in and of itself if they want to play aggressive, and some of these teams as well could go into the same draw point and contest the bestest teams or the winningest teams here in FPC, which would definitely change how these teams will play it from time and time over. But looking at it for the past 3 games, the drop points seems to be similar overall for each and every single team that we have here for the Grand Finals.
And who's going to be on to the top of our upper standings? Still
Battle of the God. Interesting.
Still Battle of the God. Regardless.
Yeah. But it did not change though, which is very interesting, which actually just means that Battle of the God was not able to get any kills in Game 3, unfortunately.
But still, it was able to be our Ripper. And going back, we have now new compelling players. We have Amari, Peanut, and those players from 2319 who wasn't present here.
Yeah. A couple of teams, a couple of players now rising to the Reaper standings, but Battle of the God does not want to give it away just far. But after the Reaper standings, of course, this is what I'm excited for. What is the current situation of the overall standings for these teams? And it looks like Built-Div Paragons is sitting on top with a 1 point difference to the top 2 team that we have right now. Ghost Reborn, No Fear, sitting at 71 points.
Though they are still left uncrowned, they haven't bagged any map yet, but the consistency when it comes to their kill points is there, but they cannot stay lax. Knowing that Kitsune was able to bag that 25 points early on, maps 1 and 2, and we had Kitsune on to the 7th place, but now with the huge boost of 25 placement points plus the 13 kill points that they were able to bag onto map number 3, they rose up the ladders. They were able to land onto our 3rd spot. So if ever they are going to secure another map, be it just being on the 2nd place, that 20 points is going to be enough for them to finally climb up more, be it the 2nd place or being our 1st placer.
Okay, here's the formula now. Now that we've seen the top 3 teams, after those 3 games, they have to play it patiently. They have to really just stand out and play disciplined. Because the thing is, they are not the ones who is pressured to gain more points because they're already sitting at the top 3 spot. It doesn't matter anymore. Ghost No Fear, Built-Div Paragons, and the Kitsune is already in a good standing. They just have to remain and retain their standing and their consistency into Game 4 and Game 5. It is the teams that is below them that needs to hunt for kills.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we still haven't witnessed yet from a Powerhouse, PC, Aquila Entry, and even Nuestra Familia.
Yeah, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these teams. The dependence of their fans, the dependence of their own players and organizations is up to them to turn the tides and the script around to take the win for Game 4 and Game 5. We'll see, but we are going to take a short break for now here for the Grand Finals before we jump into the next game. create your saga. This time it's game 4 and game 5 just around the corner in the PC Division Finals for FPC Season 3, where it's all coming down to this for the top teams here in the PC Division.
Is going to win our map number 4 because as of the moment we have already 3 maps locked in, and I mean the story that we are witnessing right now does have a lot of plot twists, right? It's not a complete dominance coming from Kitsune, coming from Ghost No Fear. No, it's not. Never have I witnessed a one-sided round coming from these teams. So rather, we have different protagonists and antagonists that we have witnessed. Ghost No Fear, despite the fact that they weren't able to land a map for themselves, still they have the higher score line. They were able to land second placement out of the 3 maps that we had.
Yeah, out of the 3 maps. Very unfortunate. It's a huge roller coaster ride that we have just ridden from the past few games. But of course, for the viewers watching at home, they have also on a roller coaster of enjoyment as well watching the stream right now with an R Jetpack Blitz giveaway for the huge community that we have for Farlight 84.
That was actually quick. We just gave away our diamonds early on, and right now, thank you so much for helping us reach our 3rd milestone. And of course, there's still more. We already gave away a jetpack, and next could be the trail, and of course, a capsular skin for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah, definitely a lot of giveaways that we have on the horizon here for Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. And the code giveaways are not yet over. Yesterday, we have given away a Maggie skin as well, along with a Hound skin. So that may be a little bit of a tease on what we can expect later on here in the grand finals. But going back, we're out to the game number 4 on the horizon for the grand finals here in PC Division with Ghost No Fear, Built Dev Paragons, and Kitsune sitting on top of the overall standings.
Apart from that, you have mentioned already about the formula that these teams have to consider. They could go play passively, whereas on the other side, those squads like a Powerhouse Fanboys, those teams under them should play aggressively, wherein they could contest a point or a POI per se, or go for the third party kind of scenario wherein they could rack up some points, they could go for the trades, and not just die futile or not having any point at all.
Yeah, for sure. But you have mentioned it already, right? Placement. This will be the key target here for the top 3 teams, to be more specific, because they're not pressured to go for kills, right? They are not pressured to go for points. They're not pressured to really look out for these teams here in the grand finals, especially for game number 4 and game number 5, where in placement points are the easiest way to gain points, and a drastic difference to each and every single placement that we have, with top 1 getting 25, 20 to follow up, 17 as a 3rd placer. So the consistency onto these top 3 appearance rates is much more important, especially for these top teams. The teams or the squads that are now a little bit more pressured to hunt people down to gain more points, aside from placements, are the teams that are standing below in the overall standing. So that will be something to take note of. Jumping into what we have right now onto our head-to-head revamp versus Ivy League.
Looking at the starts, it's a complete it's a complete landslide onto the side of Revamp right here. They have an entire domination against Ivy League. Ivy League, you have set your expectations. Ivy League, if they weren't able to go for the passive plays and land those placement points, it is either they will exit the lobby early on, aggressive and then exit the lobby, or passive then land for the placement points.
Yeah, and Ivy Leagues are pretty much like a poison in the mix here for the grand finals. Could definitely turn the tides and hunt these top teams down if ever they can perform. Unfortunately, they are a bit of a coin flip of a team. We're looking at their top 3 appearance rate, only 20%. Their average placement points is 8.3. Not really looking that much, but what they have in the bag is those 5.6 kill per game. So definitely a team to watch out for, to be one of the poisons for the grand finals. And similarly, in the same accord, Revamp can be the same thing as well.
Well, actually, the best example for that was our previous map number 3. They were able to to be the poison as it is for the other squads. They were able to weed out is that built if paragons, or I've witnessed that they went for the third party kind of setup. But of course, still there's still hope for our two teams that we had for the team head to head, because we still have the two maps we're in. We have mentioned they could go for the placements, they could get those points, but securing those placement points is the most of the priorities.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, getting 10 points, getting top 3 placement will immediately secure you 27 points out of the bag. So, that will give your opportunity, or give your team a much better opportunity here. But here's the thing. I am going to predict this already. Game number 5 is going to be an all-out chaotic situation for each and every single one, because that will be the final round for the grand finals. But we're speaking a bit too soon. Going here for the game number 4 that we have just around. It's Kitsune that I will be predicting once again. I'm going all in. I'm putting all eggs in one basket. Quite oxymoronic from what I have stated a while ago. But you know what? I have never doubted them. Kitsune will be able to take this down for game 4 and possibly game number 5 later on as well.
You know what? The funny thing is that I feel like I'm the only one that's giving a hard time to the prods or to our back ends, because I was the only one who kept on changing the votes for the team. And time for the previous 3 maps, I have jinxed all of the teams that I have voted for. I voted for Built with Paragons, and that was the time that they weren't able to land the fatal blow. And previously, the Ghost Reward No Fear. So I'm sorry if I'm going to jinx them again this time, but I feel like you have to level up your game. It's not about me being the curse. It's not the caster curse, but of course, make your team happy. Make me happy too. Not just Infinity.
But you know what? Since if you are the curse, and if it's real, if the caster curse is real, can you vote for Ghost No Fear as well? So that Kitsune could really just rise up to the top 1 leaderboard. But of course, that's a joke. Kidding aside here, no bias coming in to the grand finals position. It's all about facts. And the reason why I voted for Kitsune is pretty much their consistency out from the semifinals, and how they have played time and time again from the knockouts to the semifinals. They have performed out of their minds, getting a lot of kills and getting good placements overall. Unfortunately, they have underperformed in game number 2, but that's not stopping me from voting them out here in the grand finals.
You know, that's the good thing. Kitsune is like the protagonist. Like, as the saying goes, it's not Christmas every day. You don't get to be the best version. You earn some, you lose some. They lost a lot during that map number 2, wherein during map number 3, they really had a great boost securing the placement points, securing those 13 kill points. So that's kind of good for the side of Kitsune. But moving forward, maps number 4 and number 5, they couldn't have the same facing, or they shouldn't have the same scoreline way back map number 2. They should be consistent. They should still be eager, especially for the placement points.
Oh, surely. I mean, if they repeat game number 2, they get no points. I don't think anyone wants that. I don't think Kitsune wants that for themselves as well. But given the fact that they have performed out of their minds in game number 3, getting so much points, I believe it's over 15 points or something. It's just absurd to think about how much points they were able to take down coming into the prior map. They could definitely turn it around here in game number 4 and game number 5. But that is without exception for the competition here in the grand finals, with the likes of Ghost No Fear and Built Up Paragons showing a huge sign of life here in the grand finals compared to the semifinals and knockout stage that they have performed priorly in the couple of weeks that we have seen here in FBC.
You know what? The teams have changed their pacing as well. Time and time, I kept on mentioning about Maestro being aggressive, and even the lineups. He changed from being a dark side way back qualifiers, way back knockouts. Right now, he's utilizing the Maggie that he was used to using way back season 2, relying onto the jetpacks, onto the mobility that it does have. But right after that, you have to consider as well the passive type of gameplay, because that is how they were able to bag our round number 1.
Yeah, and I love how you talk about different teams as well, aside from the top 3, because I want to talk about Powerhouse this time around. They were the first team that had utilized with Freddy into FPC PC division, and that just speaks their adaptability into this matchup, adaptability into the compositions that they are using in the game. And even then, just a while ago, in the prior games here in the grand finals, they have used Freddy as well, with AIM and BJJ being the attackers for the team. So we'll see if they can adapt into the situation, come back here in game number 4 as we are jumping once again to Sunderland round for the grand final.
Would we be having a 2-pit this time? Or another squad would introduce themselves? Or we can have a lot of 4? Or Kitsune would still stay consistent as we head on to our Kitsune, or the first squad that we have right now, which is, as of the moment, just diving. Look at the close-up shoot for this deck side. Well, actually, there's a change in lineup, or the capsular utilization. Snoops is now using the dark side, which is earlier on he was actually using the Yong.
They just have to adjust.
They swapped.
And the unfortunate part about that is that they're leaving away the Ember into their composition. That gives them a lot of defensive capability, but at this point, if they want to play it a bit more defensively, play a bit more patient here in this game, that dark side could enable them for those team fights later on. Especially how there is another team that is dropping onto the same position, which Emperor does not exactly give them a bit of advantage into those early engages and early aggression that 23-19 Cebu is pushing them here in the grand finals.
That's under the hard way. They couldn't just wait or dwell any longer. I've seen someone utilizing that four-legged lizard, and he's just going to use it as a means of survivability, but I feel like it's not going to be enough. That side would resort to that rolling impact to bail out, but as of the moment, still sees or leads to see another day with a sliver of health left.
Sliver of health left, going for the pick, still outplays. The 1-for-1, and Jazu, the god, is still in it. Kitsune, if you die here and now, it might just be the death of you. And 23-19 with a shotgun on hand will be able to go in for another knock-up. Hound, can you do it? Clyde, can you make it out alive? And Peanut just jumping around with fancy footwork, still into the matchup, but in the end, 23-19, Cebu will be able to win it out. And Kitsune will not actually fully eliminate the likes of Seiko and Jazu, which will not give them those kill points that they want in the early game. And even then, full respawners unavailability for Kitsune in the early game. We've seen this happen in game number 2, and it's happening once again.
It's not a good thing. The only thing that's different right now is that they clashed early on. They had the skirmish early on. They didn't dwindle any longer. Though 23-19 shouldn't relax just yet, because there's another compelling team joining the fray. Mantas is already lurking onto the corner, though the members of 23-19 will be having the respawners, wherein Mantas has already depleted them.
Yeah, Mantas getting a hold of 23-19. Cebu forces out the respawners, but here we go. They have another team to keep in mind. Kitsune dropped down onto the same position. It's transport port. It's a third-party fiesta coming into this POI, but thus far, you still have Mantas to go in for the respawners. Kitsune has to be prepared and have to be wary of their position, because at any moment's time, there could be an opportunity for Mantas to drop down onto the same position and bite them in the back.
Well, actually, one member of Mantas has already depleted both of his life and respawners, though right now it's going to be another squad joining. It's going to be from Nuestra fans.
Oh, wow, what an amazing shot that Kitsune was able to achieve. It's because Yosho, now with a level 5 shield, they're more capable into going for that fight. Unfortunately enough, Nuestra is much more stronger than this. They're able to go in and flank out the Maggies, and Mary is gone. Kitsune is falling down one by one, and Kitsune might just be the first team to get eliminated here if they're not wary of their location. Oxy is already gone for the count. Nuestra is the kryptonite of Kitsune. Not just the third-party central here in the transport port. It's a fourth-party central here in this POI.
Last man standing for the side of Kitsune, and feel like he's going for the placement, or we go back to transport port if it's already safe. Though moving forward onto the other.
Oh, 1990 Cebu. They do not have the respawners available right now. If they get eliminated here on out, there will be the second team that gets eliminated, but thus far, have the sights of Bone Snow here, one of the contestants here in the top 3 position. Having the sights onto Azusa, getting that push out, going from behind. Ghost No Fear, as easy as that, gets 4 kills.
we already have a one squad back in the lobby, and the sponsorship box has been activated as well. I haven't witnessed who was the first squad who gets eliminated, but moving forward, Ghost Reborn is kind of promising. As of the moment, they already have the level 4 shields and the advantage, though they shouldn't challenge that squad on top. I think that's Ethereal, that's Revamp. Going to get closer to them anytime soon.
That's into the kill feed. Remember, this is one of the teams that dropped onto transport port, having to fight up against the likes of 19 Cebu and also Kitsune. Dying and losing one of their members, but looking at the flip side onto the Wind Valleys, Revamp up against Ghost. No fear. Do you have fear now? As Jenny the God already loses his life, and Revamp is still in it with 3 members alive. It's a 3v2 situation. Wants to go in for the infiltration in the building. So CDK losing his blood, losing his life. Ghost No Fear has the capability to go in for the reset and revive for now. With their opponents only having 1 member alive.
Look at Eternity.
This matchup goes to the peak. Will be the Peaker's advantage, but Ghost No Fear having 3 members alive, not looking that good.
Eternity!
And Eternity comes at the right time here as a third party into that matchup. Ghost No Fear feeling the rat and losing a couple of their lives up against this team. Fortunate to meet them at this time, wherein Ghost No Fear wants to win it all and wants to gain those points. And Eternity will gain themselves 3 kills in the process.
It's so very unfortunate for Ghost No Fear. They have waited so much or so long for that skirmish to happen. They were able to wait out the members there, but they haven't seen that Eternity just activated the sponsorship box, and because of the noise that they have committed as well, it rushed dive in to them, and the other member of Ghost Reborn No Fear has met its demise onto the hands of Built-Big Paragons as well.
Refinery. Screen PC up against their opponents here. Goes for the Summon Crush. It's a perfect time for them to be able to go in for the push. Dale Cobra get knocked out already. So it's a 4v3 situation. Make it a 4v2 with Singod already down. Green PC just trying to stay alive here into the rooftop. Brings down Giddy Jelly. 7 kills already for Dream PC. Having the Dream still alive for the team. 7 points, immediate succession in the early game. Puts them in a very good spot.
And then the great shot call there is not to fight any longer, just to retaliate as of the moment though. Moving forward, Dream PC would go after that member of Akala and 3GS, or I feel like it's going to be safer if it's going to go back to Refinery, because that is well guarded already.
Yeah.
It's just waiting. It feels like they're going after them.
It's a possibility. Powerhouse right now. Trying to get a hold of Built Div Paragons. But aim is turning around, looking for him into the second floor with a jump. Not having sights. Built Div Paragons, our god. Just stay still. Sit like a rock. Don't act like anything. But right now, Art God is in trouble. Are you going to help your teammates out, or are you going to stay alive for long? Play for placements this time. But the pings are there. They have that information. Art God is in danger.
Cutter, they have a different different compounds cover, but the numbers game is really at the advantage of Powerhouse PC, and I feel like that's going to be it for Largod. Paragons already down to the last 2 members. We're in Powerhouse PC, slowly but surely getting those kill points that they need, because again, they are at the 4th place. They haven't bagged any victory yet, and even their kill points is not that astounding.
That outstanding. You have 3 teams already eliminated. This far, I pretty much have no clue who those teams are going to be. A while ago, Kitsune lost so much members, so much players from this squads, from this team a while ago. So this could be one of the teams that got eliminated early on. Revamp, only 2 players alive for the team. So 2 players alive to be able to keep their dreams alive at this point. Patience is a virtue. Patience is the name of the game. They have to play for placements, and they have to play it a bit more disciplined if you want to go into the top 5 position.
And now we have the next one down here being challenged because of the sponsorship. I would say Kitsune
is eliminated. They're gone.
Eliminated.
That's the last member for Kitsune.
Yeah.
But Ghost No Fear is also gone as well.
Mandas.
Oh.
Even
How
Mandas.
the tables have turned. It's now Built Div Paragons who is in a good position to be able to keep the top 1 placements in their favor. With 3 players left, if they keep themselves alive and play for the placements and play into the final zone, they could definitely take it away and steal the position of Ghost No Fear away in this game. That should be one of the strategies here for Built Def Paragons. They have to keep their standings afloat if they want to make it out alive.
Actually, they were able to revive that that one fallen comrade, and right now they have a full squad right now. After Built Their Paragons, I feel like this is also the hate time for Powerhouse PC to go back
Surely.
and do their A game. And look at that, they're already pinning. They're going to go up against Built Their Paragons.
Let's see, because this is the battle of the best of the best. Paragons versus Powerhouse goes for the Summit Crush, knocks him up. The Arch God is gone. 4v3 situation in favor for Powerhouse. PC and Mastro is another 1 player down for the count for Paragons. Powerhouse is trying to look for the last member here for Built It. Paragons trying to run away. This is Sienna. If they let him live, this could be the opportunity for Paragons to stay alive, but goes in, beams him down, and Powerhouse PC will come out on top from that engage. Looking on the flip side into the Sunderland Realms. It will be Eternity having to battle another team here with only 2 players alive for the team, and as there's still a full 4-player squad into this engage. And Azraid having to battle up against Eternity. Butcher is gone. Butcher got butchered. And Shivas is also eliminated.
Eternity is already eliminated as well. So we have a total of 4 compelling teams that we keep on talking about earlier. Those here out of the equation, Kitsune out of the equation, even Eternity, 23-19 Cebu, and even 23-19 is still up for the calculation. Even Dream PC that did stay that much onto the refinery area and actually being taken down by 23-19 by Supremacy.
19 BF still holding their fort here. Not playing quite aggressive. And Dream PC has sights on them. They know that there is someone just nearby. Ooh, I do not like that. They just have given their position. They have just given that information away to Dream PC. There is someone onto the towers. There is someone into that sky towers here into refinery. Not exactly the best move they're able to do, but 22-19 taking away the sponsor boxes might just lead them to snowball this game in favor for them.
Actually a good boost, especially that you don't just activate a sponsorship box if you are not confident of the skill set of the loadouts that you have right now. But after 23-19, we also have Nuestra Fam that is actually having a passive type of gameplay as of the moment. They have the level 6 shields already, and they are covering all of the angles that could penetrate their defense anytime soon. But we have Iraka Tarantula coming from Aquila SUGS.
Iraka Tarantula, they could go for that extra poke damage far away, but they couldn't stay here for such a long time because the thing is, the West has that level 4, level 5 shields in their favor. So all inside of those, when all inside breaks out, will be the Westra who has that massive advantage. Although I like their position here. They're 6 apart. 2-1 at the Westra end. However, it comes down to a difficult situation. They could rely on their late game insurance. Fernando Westra is moving forward into pushing down a XP. No more shields left. Will still be able to go in and out of that fight into the restock. And that time to be able to go in for the reset. The Westra still going in for all in engage. There's Bar still on the dangerous position. Maggie with 1 HP left. Still alive.
Another clutch, another sliver of help from that Maggie. Remember early on that he was that same Maggie that the members of Metro family did drop in. Though Powerhouse PC is going to join the party that we have right now. Though they haven't committed yet, they haven't bridged the gap yet. Though it's going to be Nuestra Familia that is going to get closer to them.
That flank aim goes down. Nuestra was able to take away one of the best players here for Powerhouse. Knocks up as well. Summit Crush. Not enough for full clip to be able to survive that. And now BJJ, the only one left standing here for Powerhouse. No more shields left. Still pressures in. But Isiana still standing here for Nuestra. It's a 1v1 situation with BJJ still standing forth. Still alive here in Nuestra with Brave on his side. BJJ left on his own side. Nuestra will be able to take it away. Take the win across the board in that team fight.
And that's going to be it for Powerhouse. PC landing onto our ninth place. Though still, I feel like Nostra fans still have the time to revive their fallen comrades because there's no squad that is totally close to their location. Aquila and 3GS, on the other hand, would give up this position because it's no longer part of the circle. They have to retain as well, but apart from that, Azrate does have 7 kill points, level 5 shields already. So it's kind of pretty decent loot as of the moment.
Start delivering airdrops.
Side onto XG. Tarantula is still a pain in the back. They have the full clip flank position here. 1 more HP left. We'll be able to go forth into a different location here. The reposition coming from AXG is much important here right now. Wester has to be wary of the position as well because at any given time can still be AXG that can count them with this 2-2 split. They still have the Sienna into the equation as well, so if it comes down to a difficult situation, they could just rely on to Sienna to delay it and have that Sienna battle later on.
That's a good opportunity for their side. Aquila, on the other hand, doesn't have their Ember anymore because Dale Cobra has been taken down as well. Though Nuestra is going to rush in another compound.
Oh, unfortunate. A wrong step. And now the reposition is coming in from Hayes. Wants to go inside the building. Dream is still in it. We'll be able to safely come across and go across onto another part of the map here. Azrate. Squad 14, level 5 shield across the board. Level 6 shield for Nuestra. Still at a massive advantage up against the rest. But AXG will lose Jilly Jill. That engage up against Azrate. Still in a bad position here because Nuestra is more towards inside of the safe zone. So it comes down to this. It will be Squad 14. It will be Azrate who is the one who will be forced to go for the push up against Nuestra compared to the opposite of that statement.
Nuestra probably has have the advantage, but they are being fired from the back as well, coming from Hayes because of the repositioning that they had or that they did early on. So it's not really a good spot if ever they will linger that much onto the outside of this compound. They have to make a move. They have to decide, are they going after Azrate, or would they take the side of Azusa Esports? Because again, we've witnessed it early on that some members of Azusa is just lurking onto the corner.
One of the best teams. Azrate. Over the mountains, waiting patiently here, waiting for time. They do not want to pressure in Nuestra. But unfortunately, Nuestra fam is more towards the center of the safe zone at this given time, so not exactly the best situation here for Azrate. They will be the ones who will push up against Nuestra and at any second now. Right now, the divulge is a signal for them to come through. Goes for the flank as well. The blinding mark gives them information. But Naz going in with a stomach crush. Puts down Brave. Did that engage? That will lose 1 member for Nuestra. It's a 4v3 situation. Or rather 3v3 situation this time around. Vision Erosion will give the Azrate rather. The advantage coming in from that fight.
3v3.
Full clip. And going to reset with that pincer maneuver into that 2v1 situation. Will render full clip reset. Nuestra, Sayosho, and Serendipity still in the game, is still in the squad. They are on a better position up against Azrate. Pretty much a 2v2 situation right now.
But look at that. Look at the shield swap and the quick revive that they're going after. It's just Sayosho against the other members of Azrate. I feel like it's going to be 2v1, wherein the other squads are just playing the medkit strategy. They're just lurking on the corner. It's going to be Sienna versus Sienna later on, but Sayosho is doing his thing. The miraculous movement coming from him.
Squads remaining here. Sayosho goes down. Wester is deleted out from this map. 19 DF. The only one I'm standing here across the board along with another squad here, but it's a Sayana battle from this point forward. Only 2 players left standing here. A Sayana battle.
Reaper has been killed.
Is this the Wind Valley? a bit further away coming into the safe one, but nevertheless, a med pack battle between 2319 BS and their squad. I don't have the names there on the opposition. We'll see what they can do. Who has the better body? Who has more buddies better? That surrounds their position. During that, 2319 BS has his teammates lose their lives just very nearby, and also Nuestra Fam battling in that location. Expectedly, it's 2319 BS who has the better lead here.
Actually, the other Shan is just looking for the bad kid that could possibly help him survive a little bit longer. But yeah, going back, I haven't seen this squad onto our minimap, which gives justice that, you know, this is just their survivability tactic. We've made mention about the placement points over and over again. That's why they have settled to finally securing it. It's 20 points if it's going to be the second placer, or be it if it's going to be Boulder, it's a total of 25 points.
Yeah, a total of 25 points, but 2319 BS could change the leaderboard standing. Right now, I don't know who is the other team that is currently sitting around here up against 2319 BS. It will be interesting to find out later on. Surely, the opposing team is now finding more bodies here, very out in the open, Wind Valley, trying to walk around the map. Restoration Shield, the only hope here for the opposition.
But it doesn't
And
have
the
any
Medi
med
X
kit.
as well. It will be 2319 BS who will secure the top one position. Game 4 in 2319 by Supremacy name.
We haven't seen the name even until now. But still, no 2 feet thus far. No giant. Same logo with 2319 Cebu. So no giants had secured that plus 20 or 25 points. So I'm expecting that there will be movements when it comes to number 4 and downwards from our leaderboards from early on.
2319 BS was just outright the poisons of that game, was able to cripple the likes of the best teams in the matchup, the likes of the Western Fam, the likes of other teams as well, hoping for the chance to go into the top 1 position. But nevertheless, one of the notable scenarios that occurred there in game before, the Ghost No Fear, Kitsune, and the even built diff Paragons got knocked out very early on into that matchup.
And even Mantis, I might say. Mantis did go to transport port and has met their demise. And actually, they were down to 3 early on. So someone from Mantis died early on. I think that's Jolo. And that's a very big disability moving forward, their rotation. Apart from that, sorry for the curse, because I voted for Built Diff Paragons and they weren't able to win this round as well. Same thing with Kitsune from Infinity's vote.
Unfortunate.
So.
It was really unfortunate because we were really hoping for these top 3 teams to play it safe.
Yeah.
But they're still going in for those kills. They were still hunting these people down. And I was hoping and I was thinking that Kitsune jumping into transport port, yes, they know that there is another squad just waiting around them, 2319 Cebu. But I was thinking that initial drop, they get their shields of level 2, level 3 shields, they get their initial weapons, and now hide and scour in fear. And wait for the time wherein it comes down into the final zone and get those placement points. But it's 4 teams that dropped or went into the transport port that just, as you have mentioned, perfect statement, that met their demise early on.
It's more of it's not of Kitsune's fault. As far as I'm concerned, I feel like it's not Kitsune's fault, but rather those teams did hunted these teams that that likes to go down those transport port, which is actually good for them, for their side, because this is the hate time for them to go to get their A game, to contest those teams that are up against the ladders, because of course they have nothing to lose. They need to drag them down. They need to get those points for themselves. So that's kind of given, I might say.
Yeah, it definitely is kind of given coming in from that matchup. But now with game 4 already done, already concluded, done and dusted. We only have one game remaining here for the grand finals. We're in. It all comes down to this. It all boils down to this because one more matchup, and I feel like this is the moment wherein these teams will start to play aggressive. These teams will start to play chaotic, and they will now start to hunt for kills, especially the teams that will be stuck in top 4 to top 15 out from the overall standings after this game 4.
Not just a game number 5 though. Game number 4, it's kind of chaotic. I mean, it's a prelude to the chaoticness that will happen on our game number 5, because again, it's not just about the big teams. Though it's a silver lining for the likes of 2319 Cebu, 2319 by Supremacy. With our compilations moving backward over maps number 3, they were landing at the 14th place. So securing that 25 placement points could give a huge boost to them. Maybe they could land as far as 7th place.
Yeah, it's possible, right? It's possible to land at that spot here for the grand finals or the game number 4 that we were able to conclude just now. But I'm really scared. I'm really scared for the top teams that we had just a while back. But I'm also excited for the likes of 2319 BS, which became such a dominating factor into game number 4, into that specific matchup, into that map against these strong teams. Even Western Fan was not able to succeed in game number 4 up against 2319. So we'll see how 2319 became successful from the highlights here in game 4 of the grand finals. Game 4 was chaotic to say the least, so we'll see who got that top 1 position, which is 2319 BS outright. 36 points they were able to achieve, they were able to obtain coming in front of the prior map, but following that is Nuestra Fam and Azray.
As for the standings of our Giants that we kept building on early on, we have 11th place for Eternity Kitsune, 12 Philip Paragons, 13, and look at Ghost No Fear. Early on, they were on the first page, landing on the top 5, but now they're down to rank number 10.
Yeah, they were one of the first teams that got eliminated, right? Looking at Mantas Esports, Ivy League, they only got a single-digit score. Kitsune, Ghost No Fear, they're on the bottom half of the standing right now, and this is the situations wherein we've mentioned this in the conclusion for game number 3 that game number 4, game number 5, these poisons, these toxins of the finals of the PC division will rise and will show themselves, and look where we are now.
But right after round standings, of course, will there be changes for our top 3 heroes and top 3 guns that has been utilized as well? Because
We
early on,
won't.
it's about the Sienna,
We won't see a
Sienna.
difference, for sure. It will not be different. Maybe Alexiana not going into the first picks, but I doubt that. I feel like
Yeah.
Sienna's still going to be top one pick here in PC
It's just
division.
interchangeable with Sienna and
Yeah.
Young, always part of the recipe. And then when it comes to the weapons, it's just about VSS and White Dwarf interchanging their positions, but still part of the top three.
Still part of the top three, still part of the most picked heroes here in the compositions for FBC Season 3 for the PC division, but I'm really excited. We're down into the final game. We're down into the game number 5 here for the grand finals, wherein it will state on who will be the best team for the PC division. It will be the final chance as well to garner points for the best teams here in the PC division. Remember, Season 1, it was only a 1-point difference between the champions and the runner-up team. In Season 2, 8-point difference as well from top 1 and top 2. So we'll see how Season 3 will turn out and how it will look here in the season. But as you have mentioned a while ago, going back into the top heroes and top weapon picks. Who will it be?
It's a surprise, actually.
Yeah, it's a hidden note. We're not seeing it right now, but I'm telling you, it's a Sienna, it's a
Yeah.
Yang, and a Duck side. And then for the weapons, I'm telling you, it's VSS, it's a White Dwarf and such.
But of course, apart from those calculations, it was going to be our MVP for the previous round that we had.
Yeah, you know what? The MVP
It's
is
going to be hidden as well.
It's going to be 23-19 VS. Every one of them MVP, right?
Yes.
Because they're one of the strongest teams coming into the game, and they won that outright. 30 plus points from that matchup, and that cannot happen without the help of each and every single member coming in.
It's a
from
collective effort.
23-19 by Supremacy. Yeah, of course, right? A collective effort across every single one. So we'll see if they can repeat that, get that back-to-back finish, and rise into the top leaderboards for the overall standings here for the grand finals. Because once again, one more game before we conclude the champions in FPC.
You know what's surprising is that because of the recent calculation for our map number 4, early on we only have 1 point disparity between Ghost, No Fear, and our top team. What was the top team early on? Map number 3? Kitsune? Is that Kitsune? But right after having the calculations for map number 4, I feel like it's going to be a little bit shaky for the top team. So as early as of now, we cannot boldly say, we cannot clearly say that it's a one-sided, it's going to be about
I definitely is not.
Kitsune.
Yeah.
No, it's not the same, just like what we had during the previous season that you did mention about Dream Team having 1 point difference against the runner-up. But right now, still anybody's game, the trophy is still for everyone up for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine, right? Game number 2, Kitsune got 0 points. And after game 3 concluded, they're back atop a 3 position. And yes, game 4 was a little bit unfortunate. Just shifted the overall situations for every single team here in the grand finals. But that happens from time to time. As we have stated a while ago, we win some, we lose some. And it's very unfortunate enough to see these top teams like the Ghost No Fear, Matas Esports, Kitsune falter down into the top 10, top 15 spot from game number 4. But now they cannot leave that. They cannot put that situation and turn it again here in game number 5, because if they do that, they're going to lose that opportunity for the championship title.
Yes, and we don't want that to happen. Yeah, and of course, apart from our leaderboards early on, we also have our Ripper standing, which was, for the previous map, it's all about Battle the God. But after all of those matches, it's still about him.
It's still him. It's not changing. Battle to God is still on top here for the Reapers. 4 Ghosts, No Fear. But top 2 to top 10 situations have shifted the boards here. Kitsune is still on to the top 6 positions and top 4 with 2 players still in it. But 23-19 rose to the occasion, having 3 players onto both sister teams already in top 10.
It's a good side for us to see here for the side of 23-19. Though from the side of Mantis, it's just one. It's just Jolo and Nez for Aspirate. Virgo is still kind of consistent from AXG and 3GS.
But Reaper is just another tale. We have the overall standings. That game 4, that shifted the leaderboard. How the tables have turned. But top 1 is still Ghost No Fear, followed up by Built Diff Paragons. But now Kitsune is brought down to top 5.
But look at as well the boost for the side of Ethereal or for the revamp. Early on, they're not part of the top 5. It's just top 6, 51 points. But because of the lapses coming from our giant team, they were able to rack up. They were able to climb the ladders, heading towards, landing onto our 3rd place we're in, or whereas rather Powerhouse fan was still onto our 4th placer.
Yeah, that's fourth placer there for Powerhouse. But looking at this, the placement points very consistent for Ghost No Fear, Built the Paragons, Revamp as well, and Powerhouse across the 4 games that we just had. If this continues, could definitely push them up into the overall standings. 1 game left. All stakes on the line. It is the championship title and the lion's share for the prize pool of 18,850 for the PC division itself and 37,500 US dollars overall for both platforms here in FPC Season 3. So it definitely is something to fight for.
And of course, coming up is our last round. It's the do or die for everyone. They have devoted 2 to 3 months for this, so they cannot waste any opportunity. They cannot just wreak havoc. They cannot just, go out there. They need to have the trade. They need to get those points. But then again, of course, Infinity will be having a very quick, short break. We just need to get back to our senses. We'll be right back right after this, so do not touch that mouse.
What an incredible 4 games that we have witnessed so far, but this is it. It all comes down to this to determine who lifts the trophy for the Season 3 PC Finals. 15 teams pushed to the limits. 15 teams looking to push themselves to become the best of the best here today. Welcome back, everyone, to the FPC Season 3 PC Finals for the final game here today. My name's still Infinity, and together with me is Beam. And Beam, this is it, the final matchup for the Grand Finals here today.
Whose story is going to live on for the rest of the history, because this is Season 3, and again, we already set our standards that there could be a possibly two-peat with our teams already divided onto their different banner, that they are representing as of the moment. Though, what I would like to point out is that as of the current scoring that we have, it feels like it's not, or none of the teams are asserting their dominance yet. But of course, here is a cheer for our viewers as well, because you helped us reach our milestone of 1,500, and make sure to redeem our SR weapon skin for Hound.
Yeah, Hound once again. Yesterday we have given a similar skin to the viewers watching at home, and we're doing it back once again right now to the community actually staying with us here for the FPC Season 3 Finals. But going back to the game, it's very, very tight, very, very close amongst the top 10 teams right now, to say the least. Top 5 as well, only a point difference with so little across the board. It will be such an exciting moment for Season 3, and you've mentioned this, right? You have the possibility for some of the players to have that two-peat finish, and even some of the teams to start up their own saga once again and put their name in the history of Farlight 84.
The compelling team that we have as of the moment that haven't had their victory yet, but it's kind of consistent, is Ghost No Fear. But of course, apart from this, we're going to scrutinize as well the other squads, which is why we're going to head to our head-to-head
matchup that we have for the final game here in the Grand Finals would be Ghost No Fear up against Built Diff Paragons, two of the best teams that we have right now here in the PC division. But thus far, 50% top 3 appearance rate for Ghost No Fear, and Built Diff Paragons only 20%. But from what they've shown us here in the Grand Finals, it speaks a lot of difference and a lot of sides of life from both these squads.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of fuzzy about the top 3 appearances coming from Ghost No Fear, because they were able to do so. Actually, it's both of them. They were able to land the podium finish once during our map number 1, I think. But right after that, when it comes to the prowess, when it comes to team fight participation, the kills that they have, it's just kind of even. It's just a matter of 0.4 against Built Diff Paragons.
Yeah, it's very even. It's very close from both these teams. Yeah. And the reason why I have emphasized the placements is because right now it could definitely change the tide of who the team will be to go in for the champions. We saw a while ago, game number 4 was an absolute fest for the teams that were in the lower half prior into the games of Game 1 to Game 3. But within Game 4, Kitsune fell down from top 3 placements into top 5, top 7 placements in the overall standing with just one game, with just one map. And that can happen across the board for each and every single team here into the Grand Finals Game 5.
In layman's term, it's not really a good time for everyone to enjoy yet, to celebrate yet, because what intrigues me the most is that out of the top 5 teams that we have 3 teams that haven't had any victory, yet they were able to come up this far. We're talking about Ghost No Fear, Powerhouse Fanboys, even Revamp wasn't able to get the being the outstanding survivor, but still they have 73 points already. So it's kind of shaky for the teams that we are rooting for. And speaking of which, for this round, I voted for Ghost Reborn No Fear, whereas my friend right here is kind of consistent. It's Kitsune all the way.
I've never doubted them. I will never doubt them. Kitsune still has that chance to be able to take that final spot, that championship spot. Looking at the interview yesterday, we were honored enough to be able to talk with one of the players here by Kitsune, and they have mentioned that this might just be the time for them. And yes, right now their standing is not looking that good, but once again, one map can change the whole tide of the overall standings.
They really have to. I'm really rooting for these teams as well. And of course, not just Kitsune, not just Built
Ghost No Fear as
Paragons, and
well,
even
just
Ghost
a lot.
No Fear, because we can still see a sliver of hope for the side of 2319 Cebu, 2319 by Supremacy, because it feels like they're just an engine. Like they need to start things off small, and then rightfully so, they can boost, they have the acceleration that they need. But I'm already hearing it, Infinity. It seems like we're going to dive in anytime soon on the Sunderland Realms for our last map for our grand final.
Here we go. It will be the final one. The last hurrah, the final game. Game number 5 of the grand finals that will be deciding who the champions are going to be for the PC division for FPC Season 3. It will be exciting times, but fortunately enough, some of these teams are already on the top of the leaderboards. The big question lies on how they will perform here in round 5.
It's a big pill for us to swallow if ever those things that we are after for or we are rooting for would be eliminated early on. But I'm liking what I'm currently seeing as of the moment. The flight path is kind of, it's kind of giving. It's good for everyone to scatter around the maps, to not contest as early as possible, or as early as of now. Though onto our kill feed, it seems like Eternity is already exchanging fires against Ivy League.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure here. Those early engages, Eternity stacking up a lot of kills, and this is double-sided sword, or double-edged sword for every single one of these teams. If they want to go aggressive, they can stack up a lot of points coming into their game, and they could get those placements and turn the tides in their favor. But right now, Kitsune not looking that good. They lost 2 of the respawners already immediately coming into that fight, as Built Paragons actually dropped onto the same position and wanting to contest them.
You know, you have set the expectations already. The moment we enter our round number 5, it's going to be a chaotic gameplay for everyone, wherein they can contest each other's POI, because it's a matter of placement, it's a matter of kill points already, especially those who are under the food chain. They need to rack up points, they need to contest those giants that we have made mention earlier. Though, on the contrary, Ghost Reborn No Fear is just taking its time. We are just doing their rotations pretty slow.
So, I mean, we have set foot onto what we can expect coming into this game. A lot of pressure can be made, but also a lot of play for patience could be something of huge dependence. But look at Kitsune's position. Not exactly the same spot that they've landed a while ago.
It's on top of Nova Bazaar.
Yeah, it's on top of Nova Bazaar, as you have mentioned. Just onto the right side of Transport Port, but I don't think this will exactly be favorable for this team, as there is not a comfort drop from Kitsune. But considering of how they performed coming into the prior game, with a lot of teams stacking up into Transport Port, I don't think they want to drop onto the same point.
Yeah, it seems like they have given away that position already. They don't want to have the same storyline that they had onto our map number 4, though they shouldn't be celebrating anytime yet, because 2319 by Supremacy, it seems like they already have the line of sight onto the side of Kitsune. It's just a matter of time before they brush against each other.
Yeah, could possibly be meet each other's doom and meet each other's demise. And thus far, Kitsune.
They're actually the ones
Starts
starting
onto
it.
Nova Bazaar, 1 down already. 2319 PS was just playing very patiently and just hiding onto the corner, and will be able to get those couple of kills in favor for him.
Snoop's being taken down, delivering that War Falcon, though it already has a little of health left, and there's already a respawner spent for peanuts.
Yeah, unfortunate coming in from Kitsune. But looking on the other side here, Eternity is looking fantastic. They have 7 kills already in the early game. We're talking about the first zone not even closing yet.
And even their shields. As of the moment, they just have level 3 shields, but they were able to rack up those points. Eternity is kind of promising as of now, though it's just a matter of time before they brush against the other squad, which is relatively close to their location. They have Azraith, they have Revamp lurking onto the corner, onto the vicinity, so they have to assert their dominance. They have to do their rotation. That's why they shouldn't dive in red. Though one member of Azraith is on top of this monument that we have onto the side of Nova Bazaar.
Yeah, Nova Bazaar may just seem like a a chaotic fest for a lot of these teams, as you have 3 squads sitting around the corner. You have Squad 13 as well jumping into that POI. Thus far, everyone wants to have that location for Nova Bazaar. You have Kitsune more towards the northern side of Nova Bazaar, 2319 BS in it. And you have Azraid down south, but it looks like a fight is occurring already. It's centered across Nova Bazaar, and so much deaths are seeing and raining down on the kill feed.
It's from built with Paragons, and then they were able to wait out those members of Dream PC. Though onto the other side of the Nova Bazaar, taking down the platform, we still have that squad that contested Kitsune. And Kitsune is not in a great shape as of the moment. Not
No.
a decent amount of arsenal, and still Peanut is out for the mission.
Yeah, and they can't access Peanut from then on because 2319 BS is pretty much camping the bodies of Peanut, which revives will not occur for Kitsune. So it'll be very difficult for them to find those kills, find those points, and even be able to come out on top 1. But thus far, Eternity. 7 points already secured with the kills that they were able to accumulate. Unfortunately enough, for every single team that is still alive in this game, there is still no squads eliminated.
Yeah, and that's a good, a good way for us to, a good opportunity for them to survive anything longer and go for the placement points. If in Eternity, we can see that they have the initiative to go after the different squads, but it just so happened that they don't have the decent loot yet. And this side of Wind Valley is already come up. We have Azaza against, I believe, Mobile. We have different teams just relatively close to one another.
Yeah, very, very close. And even then, the safe zone is not favoring a lot of these teams that wants to play it safe because majority of the safe zone is more towards outside, covering the river and the sea, the ocean, onto the western part of Sunderland realms. Very unfortunate, but these teams has to play it in a bit more cramped up area than compared into the past 4 games.
Yeah.
Now, Ivy League 2v1 situation. Hayes has a level 5 shields. I don't think they're gonna win that.
Azaza is just racking up some points onto their name. Ivy League still, though, they still have some survivors left. It could be possible that these are already strugglers because they have depleted their respawners early on, but Powerhouse is being punished by Aguila and 3GS.
They're fortunate. Respawners are still in the game because if not, Powerhouse might just get the lead. And now, Joe Eric having the shields left, still stand strong, but AXP not letting his first gear coming into that fight, already putting down a lot of members of Powerhouse. 3 members fighting for the sponsor boxes. Powerhouse still dropping onto the same spot there. The thing is, Rookie gets eliminated this time. No more respawners left. Very unfortunate. Still, 3 spawners, or rather sponsor boxes. The priority here by AXG to give them the capability to snowball this game in their favor.
More shields, more XP levels, more capsular level for them so that they could revitalize or they could make use of the quick cooldowns from their skills. But right after those skirmishes, look at Ghost Reborn, no fear. They haven't taken any move yet. They are just staying in this compound, and it seems like we are now going for the placement points.
Definitely are.
Supply ship en route.
There. The Divulge have sights on them. Eternity. He's on a god spot. Might just get pushed here. It will be Eternity that has the Divulge towards them and against them. But they're already on a god spot. No reason to push.
Yeah, they have a perfect spot right here. They can see a lot of players down there. Though Kitsune is also going to rush in if ever they're just close to this specific location.
Looking at the standings right now, Ivy League PC is the first team that gets eliminated.
We have a lot of strugglers.
14 squads left. And you've called it. It's built with Paragons, who is depending on 1 member alive for the team.
It's chaotic for our top teams that we have right now. Even Kitsune, they are lacking 1 player already. Ghost No Fear is just lurking, is just chilling. They know that they have banked up, they have installed already a lot of points, so there's no point of them to contest that early.
No reason to. Westra not playing a bit aggressive. going towards more on the south part of Transport Port, have full control over that. So if 2319 Cebu decides to go in and rotate, there will be another team meeting them, gatekeeping them. But for now, 2319 Cebu is still not a team to look down upon, as they have already locked in level 5 shields across the board for every single one of their players.
It's a good it's a good and decent arsenal per se. Now we have Mantis just lurking onto that side, not committing any time yet. Especially that the members of Kitsune already pinged that location, so it seems like that angle is already well guarded.
And just look at the positioning for Nuestra. Every single one of these teams is split apart, but Azusa right now looking to go aggressive, finding a lot of kills here. 2 knockdown already. Many X hoping to go in for the revive, but not enough to be able to go for that. Still fighting other players here. AHG, 2 players still alive, but the zone is already closing in. Not exactly the optimal spot for them to be waiting behind the hills and waiting for the time for them to go for the push. AHG's fighting back, but how long can you stand there for?
2v1.
So 1v1, Maggie goes for it, and in the end, it will be Singod who gets knocked out. Another team eliminated. That's Eternity and AXG, who is out in map 5.
We haven't witnessed what happened with Eternity earlier on, but right now, Azusa shouldn't dilly-dally because Powerhouse is already there. Ricky Graphic already. Summit Rush would be able to connect, but won't be enough. So Darko is just going to rush inside the circle, but the rest of the Powerhouse PC would chase after him.
And even then, Squad 14 as well is on their back, so a lot of teams are stacking already. It's a third-party central. Darko is already gone, so Azusa is out, coming into map 5 of the grand finals, but Power has to be wary of their backs. Squad 14 can go in and push at any moment's time.
It is actually a squad that they have to look out for, because that's Azraith. Kitsune is just taking their time, the same thing that Ghost Reborn No Fear is doing, but they have activated the sponsorship packs as well. But this is the squad that you're talking about. Squad number 13 is already having a skirmish against Powerhouse PC, but look at that, it didn't connect.
Against every single one, but Powerhouse is very far away, playing it a bit safe. EJJ, low state already, no more shields left. And Cons, Daisy, the 2 players still alive here by Azraith. Can you make it out alive? Dockside coming in from Powerhouse is already gone. 1 member left. Powerhouse still in the game here, but Azraith is now eliminated. Powerhouse's strength is still much seen here in the grand finals.
There is also one last survivor for the side of Paragons. I mean, we built the Paragons that's just hiding onto the corner, and it's going to be it's going to be bad if Powerhouse PC would be able to see Maestro just hiding there. But Maestro is a Maggie, so that is not a good, not a good opportunity for Built Diff Paragons to secure replacement points unless he will be able to rat them all out.
We'll see how they can perform here. Kitsune playing on zone edge, but their backs, it's Powerhouse. Such an unfortunate timing, such an unfortunate position for them, Kitsune. Only 3 players alive. Can they fight up against the likes of Powerhouse that has stacked level 5 shields as well and become one of the team killers of this lobby? Removing Azraith, removing Darko as well. The process before we jump into the next zone. 10 teams remaining into this fight as we jump into round 5 of game 5.
Another squad that we have to consider as well is the likes of Nuestra Familia. This is one of the teams that we have to eye for, though that is going to be it for Built Diff Paragon. So Kitsune is going to be challenged as well.
Well, Summit Crush, counter engaged. They want to fight this up against Ghost No Fear. They have no fear pretty much. It's 3v3 now in favor for none. And now, it will be an even trade. Ghost No Fear with a Medi X. And hope to be able to make it back with Kaden. Last man standing here getting pushed by Oxy. But with a shield advantage, it will be Kaden who comes out on top. Won't go in for the elimination. Powerhouse comes in at the right time. It's third party. And Kaden gets eliminated. 2 of the best teams here in game 5 of the grand finals is now out.
The Reaper, to top it all off, it's going to be the Powerhouse PC. But rightfully so, they couldn't celebrate that fast because Dream PC is going to chase them even with the disparity when it comes to shield.
Skills are on cooldown. Dream PC just went in at the right time for fourth party. Powerhouse still has BJJ and also have aim. They're trying to go in for the gun battles, but they cannot fight a 2v4 situation.
It's going to be really bad if ever they do so. They could go for the placements as well. Though on the other side of the... Well, actually, they still have 3 members. They just lost one member on that skirmish. Though I feel like it's not going to be possible to revive them back. Because it's going to be really risky.
Mantas on the backs.
United by supremacy.
Squad 6. And 319 DS getting beamed down far away. Mantas has pretty much every angle covered. And they're getting beamed out by the four-legged lizard. At this point, they have to move pretty soon as the zone will close in. Right now, a shot to the head from the four-legged lizard is perfect. No more shields left, and the danger zone will eat them up alive. 2 members left coming in from 2319 DS. JMC falls down. 1 member left from 2319. And now that's the signal for the DS push. Right, Mantas on their backs. 4 kills immediately secured.
This is a perfect execution of the thing that we call the choosing your battles. They have the advantage right the moment that the laser coming from the four-legged lizard was able to connect. And right now, Nuestra Familia is kind of in a pinch right now. They will utilize their divulge. Though the other members of squad number 10 is clearly aware of where they are going.
Yeah, so much teams already stacked. Reaper has been we are approaching the final zone. When there are still 6 squads remaining and 17 players left alive. They're persisting coming into the final zone. They have to really put their best foot forward as this is the final game of the grand finals. Dream PC brought down. Fish under Ocean is not enough, but that could buy time to go in for the revive. But they only have 60 seconds to be able to come out alive coming into the danger zone. They have to keep themselves up. And now After the open, brought down once again.
Just waited for them to dive in to do the jack slide. The Sayosha is going for the schedule or the duel against It's Me Jenny and was able to thrive 6 kill points for the side of Nuestra.
Nuestra, that brings him out into a 6
Safe
kill.
zone will retract in 30 seconds.
A lot of players already fell down. We have mentioned a while ago that there are 21 players left before we jump into the final zone, and now it is brought down into 15 players left alive.
A lot of teams are just kind of playing the passive gameplay. Like, actually, this is 6 kill points were from those teams that are rushing in this favorable point of view coming from the Nuestra Familia. And Revamp as well still doesn't have a point, still 0. We're in 29. BS is already out of the calculation, and that adds up to the point of Nuestra Fam as well.
Powerhouse right now is in the contestant for the championship spot. If they get sighted, if aim gets removed out of this game, pretty much other teams can contest the championship title.
Yeah, he is the lone survivor for the side of Powerhouse PC and was able to get some points. And actually, the combatant here is not discovered, so it's a good contestation. We're in 2319. CB has been taken down by Revamp.
4 teams left alive. Mantas, or well, rather, Nuestra Fam already pushing and changing their location. Powerhouse BC have aim also changing their spot. They have to come into the center. Often aim is sighted, and now Nuestra Fam will receive a lot of damage from far away. 7 kills already to their name, but their opposition having sights on them. Yosho will be able to deal a lot of damage. Trying to run away, trying to hide here. Revamp slowly keeping themselves in onto the rooftop. Nuestra Fam. Powerhouse aim! 1 HP left alive. Goes in for the reset, but will not be enough. Powerhouse PC will lose aim in the process. Now full clip brings him down. Serendipity will remove aim as well.
It's just down, meaning he does have one more teammate left lurking into the corner. Maybe a Sienna, I might say. So
Vision Roshan already used here. Revamp. Trying to go in for the pressure. Mantas Jolo removed. Coming into the final map. Coming into the final zone. Now beaming from far away, J-Win also removed coming into this fight. And now you have the position coming through. The information is provided. The Summit Crush! It's phenomenal! It's perfect! It's a 3-man knockup, and the Nuestra Fam, just like that, has won them that fight up against their opponent, and Revamp can't do nothing. Revamp is removed from the final map into the final game here in the Grand Finals.
Eliminated, wherein the other squads are just hiding outside, or actually the circle is already closed in. It's going to be Sienna versus Sienna versus Sienna. But that was a very good performance coming from Mantas. I mean, coming from Nuestra. A total of 12 frags.
They're gone already. I'm really curious who is the last man standing from their opponents. We have Nuestra Fam still alive here, but who's the other squad that just sitting pretty onto the sidelines here? Very far
This is
away
far.
at
This
this
is
point.
from Refinery. And the thing that we landed with the Pioneer Center too.
Nuestra, prior to this game, they are sitting at top 7 position to the matchup, but if they win this, they could definitely switch the leaderboard and come out on top. Question is, can they take the top 1 position, gain an extra 5 points against their opponents?
Indians, Restoration Field. Same thing. It's a matter of survival of the fittest for these two. They won't be able to see each other because they're kind of far.
A couple of med packs still lying around, but the Sayana on the left side doesn't have any more bodies left. He has to be wary of the location. He has to be wary of his position here at this point. The thing is, this is the advantage of having a Sayana late game play inside of the safe zone at the very, very end, because it gives you a lot of bodies to work around with those med packs. And considering that the Sayana on the left side is now walking around and looking for bodies, looking for med packs, this is not a good sight.
Yeah, it means that he's already running out of resources. We're in a lot of med kit is just right around the floor. That I feel like it's going to be favorable for the Sienna on the right one.
For sure, and I believe that is
Nuestra Fam. Yeah.
Yep, Nuestra is on the right side of the screen that we have right now, but going into the left side of Sienna, I have no clue who that is at this stage. But we'll see if he
Isn't this
persists up
rookie?
until the very end.
I feel like it's from Powerhouse PC.
If Powerhouse is able to take that down, they definitely have the better edge up against Nuestra. Because on the leaderboard, they are much higher than Nuestra Fam after Game 4.
Yeah. They were at the 4th place. Still Nuestra. And yeah, it's actually from Powerhouse.
Oh, it's Powerhouse! This might just be the champions of the PC! But no, it will not. It's Nuestra who will take the top 1 here for the Game 5 for the Grand Finals in the PC division. What a play of persistence and perseverance from both sides. And at this point, it will all come down to the standings later on and who will be the champions of the PC division for Season 3 of Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. But for now, game number 5 will be won through and through by Nuestra Fam.
After 5 maps, still Sienna healing battle did thrive, but again, a good effort coming from Nuestra Fam because they were able to get 12 skill points apart from the 25 placement points that they were able to bag this time around. Though for Powerhouse fanboys, that's still a total of 20 points. Plus, how many kill points were they able to land this time? I wasn't able to take it.
I'm not sure. It should be a lot. Nuestra Fam got a lot of kills, got a lot of points as well, just because of the placements. They got top 1 in comparison to Powerhouse only got 20 points, and even at that, they were not able to go aggressive as well coming into that game because they want to play it patiently. You saw AIM separating himself onto Rookie for Powerhouse, wanting to be a bit of a playmaker inside of the final zone, but unfortunately was not able to do so, was not able to stack up a couple of kills. So it will be interesting who gets the top 1 position, who gets the championship title here in the PC division, because from what we have seen early into the game for the game number 5 is that a lot of the best teams into the leaderboard for game number 4 was faltering. The likes of Kitsune, the likes of Ghost No Fear was nowhere to be found into the final zone.
Even the Built If Paragons, they were stapled for the 2nd to 3rd placer, but because of the early exit that they had experienced during our map number 5, it would be impossible for them to be our champion for the Season 3, but rather more option or more opportunity for the likes of Powerhouse fanboys or even Nuestra Fam to climb up the ladder. Apart from this, I don't know, I haven't computed the calculations yet, but with the placement points and the kill points that they have they have recap for the previous round or for the last map that we had. I feel like it's more of the powerhouse fanboys because I've seen earlier AIM, he was taken down, but I feel like why isn't the squad being deducted? And AIM was just taken down. It's not a full, he didn't die at that moment. So it means that they had one more player lurking outside the zone, which is actually Rookie from the side of powerhouse fanboys.
And I'm telling you, it will be such an exciting moment here for FPC because the thing is, it's anybody's game. It's no clear-cut winner here for the final matchup because the top teams coming into the 4 games that we had just a while ago was knocked out very early on, and the winners here and getting top 1 and top 2 is in the middle of the pack. Nuestra and Powerhouse taking top 1 and top 2 respectively, so anybody can still win it, but favoring Nuestra and Powerhouse coming into the overall standing is a possibility this time for the grand finals, and I'm really excited to see and nervous at the same time on what the overall standings will show us later on who will be the champions here for the PC division.
And the thing about that predicament is that both of these teams that have the champions, Nuestra Fam, they have full clip. They have the other members of Naos PC, which is now playing in a different banner. We're in Powerhouse PC is a combination of our 2 previous winners. We had Dream PC, we had the AIM from Naos PC playing under Powerhouse PC. So the chance of having a 2-peat is possible if ever these 2 teams would be our victorious one for our season 3.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about AIM. AIM is one of the best players when it comes to those aims. I mean, synonymous to his name, right? AIM has been one of the favorites coming into season 1 because they have played outright phenomenal. They're super amazing, but unfortunately they were beat down by, I believe, Dream before into the season 1. But we'll see if they could come back from that deficit here in season 3 and put a championship title to their name, put a medal to their necks. This time for FPC Season 3. And I know the viewers watching at home are a bit walking in eggshells right now, wondering on who will be the champions. And we are too here for the casters on FPC Season 3. We're both excited and nervous at the same time. We had differing opinions and predictions a while ago. And seemingly enough, I don't think any of these teams are going to be the champions.
I've been consistent when it comes to disappointing the teams that I am rooting for. Well, I voted this time for Paragons, right? Paragons that I voted for, but unfortunately they weren't able to land being the outstanding survivor this time around. But before we head into our calculations, of course, let us look back what happened to our map number 5 as we head on to our highlights.
The conclusion for game number 5, the team that will take it out for top 1 for game 5 alone will be the Wester Fam, garnering themselves 37 total points with 12 kills out from that game.
This is kind of, it's a prelude to the champion that we are going to name later on, but 37, it's kind of close though to Powerhouse Fanboys with just 5 points deficit. Third place for Mantes, it's kind of further because it's a 10-point difference. Going back again to our giants, to our compelling teams way back maps 1, 2, 3, they are nowhere to be found. Kitsune landed on 12th place, Goshabor No Furrier on the 10th place, and even Build the Paragons on the 8th place.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. The standings that we have from the prior maps, from the prior groups, have been flipped. They have been red. And this is what we have mentioned over the past few weeks, that the team that will be able to adapt the best will be able to win it. And it looks like the Wester Fam adapted just that. Adapted into game number 4, adapted into game number 5.
And that's a good boost actually. They have different techniques that they have showed us, especially during our last skirmish that they played passively. But well, let's witness if there were changes for our top 3 heroes and weapons.
Yeah, so run it back into the top 3 heroes and weapons that we have seen all throughout the day. Sienna being the top 1, Yon Dockside to follow up in weapons. It's pretty much a mirror to what we had over the past few games. So not really much difference.
Except for the fact that one squad didn't opt for Isiana 14 times this time. So one squad didn't choose the Isiana. It could be lethal for them to survive. Though VSS, White Dwarf, same old song, same old.
Yeah, same old, definitely. So it's just the meta that will be relying more towards the Sienna, the Yon, the Docksides, and even the Maggies coming in, along with the Embers. Just depends on what these players and what these teams are going for when it comes to strategies. Are they going for utility, aggressive, late, delayed play styles? It really is up to them. And the weapons are already staple coming into the weapon loadouts that we have as well. It's just too strong. The SMGs are very important, and VSS as well for those long range engage.
I'm having the goosebumps already. My hands are cold. We haven't witnessed, or we haven't do our calculations just yet, but I feel like at the back of my mind, I have 2 teams already that could be possible to be our season 3 champions. But I don't want to spoil yet.
We'll see. But before we announce the champions here today for the grand finals for the PC division, we'll see who the MVP is going to be. By Techno from game 5, that will be full clip from the Wester Fam with 1.7k total damage and 4 kills to his name.
Full clip is from Now's PC way back, so when it comes to being a season player, it's already given for him. Though given that it's a dark side, look at the damage, it's kind of low, and it already gave us the opinion that Nuestra Fam is not as aggressive that they are. Going back to maps number 1 we're in, they were also the first teams to exit and go back to the lobby. Onto our last map, they played passively. They just waited for those prey or for those food to come to their places, and that was the time that they strike them.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, at this stage, it's all about those patience games. It's all about playing it for late, and the Wester Fam was able to find the prime position from game number 5 that enabled them to gain the center of the final zone, deny that possibility for other teams to go through inside of the building that the Wester Fam was able to conquer. At that point, it's just the win that the Wester Fam is waiting for.
It's
I'm
a
so
matter
excited.
of time. It's a matter of time before we witness is going to be our champions, and I keep on talking about it over and over again because later on we'll be having an interview as well. So if you were given the chance here, since we are not going to interview them, if you were given the chance to ask a player, regardless if they're a winner or not, I mean, You can,
I was
you
about
can
to
also
say.
converse. You can also ask
Uh-huh.
Kitsune what could be that one big question that you're going to ask that squad.
What did he eat for lunch today? Is probably my question. What did he eat for lunch? Is that your energizer coming into the game, or is that just a preface of what?
Is this a winning squad or the squad that we root for? But wasn't
It doesn't
able to
matter.
land?
It doesn't matter. I want food. What's the like? I want suggestions of food that I can eat to become like a pro player like them. No.
Well,
Well, you know what?
all
I'm gonna
starving.
throw back the same question to you.
Okay. If
Well,
given the chance,
what's the
then
question?
I will ask. Well, I'll go for Nuestra Fam. I'll go for Nuestra Fam. Oh, here, I'm
That's
dropping
not a
names
question,
already.
though. That's not a question.
Well, first I answered my question about the squad that I'm going to ask question.
Okay.
So that's the first answer. Second one, being a teacher as it is, the second answer to your question is that I'm going to ask full clip, especially because if they will be able to win this time, it's already a statement because they have been here for quite so long. So apart from asking them what did they eat for lunch, I'll ask them what's their plan. What's their
Well, I
plan
guess-
moving forward?
You have the serious question. I have the little bit of a joke question from here into the finals. But surely, it's very interesting to see what their thought process is going to be heading into the
Yeah.
finals, heading into game number 5 as well, concerning the amount of pressure on their shoulders into a grand finals spot. Imagine we are already 3 seasons in here into the PC for Farlight 84 Philippines Championship.
And the thing about Farlight is it keeps on changing. It's not the same Farlight like you'll get, I mean, sorry for the term, but you'll get bored because there's no changes. It's just a matter of FPS. But no, Farlight is completely different. You have to be malleable. You need to adapt quickly to the changes, not just for the guns, not just for the capsulers, but be it the removal of jetpacks is a complete 360 turn of events for everyone. Wherein they were used to just having the fast pace, but right now they need to know how to jet slide, how to climb up the buildings without depending too much on your jetpack. So it's a complete reset for everyone.
Yeah, and I want to put an analogy coming into the patches that we've had, especially coming into season 1 to season 2 to season 3. It's like the story or the tale of the turtle and the rabbit. Right?
Oh, yeah.
In season 1 and in season 2, it's pretty much those fast-paced run. It's those fast-paced race wherein you want to be the rabbit, you don't want to be the turtle. You do not want to get left behind because it's all about those kills. It's all about getting as much points as you can coming into the early mid-game and stack up a lot of points wherein you're undefeated coming into the final zone. But this time around, you have to play on a turtle race. You have to be the turtle into this matchup. You see the likes of the Western Fam playing it a bit more slowly coming into game number 5 that pretty much won them that final round here in the grand finals.
And that's one of the recipes for the victory that they have right now. And it goes to show that prowess, being the seasoned player as it is, because they have different strats that we have witnessed early on. They did the passive. They did the very aggressive type of gameplay. They have the skills. They know how to fight duels. They know how to do a 2v1s and make it to their favors. But again, we haven't concluded yet that Western Fam is the champion. But
Oh, don't jinx it.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not
Don't jinx it.
jinxing it. I'm not
Don't jinx
jinxing it. It's just that among all of the squads that we have right now, they are the ones that are kind of on the top of the leaderboards, Lestra Fam, and of course Powerhouse Fanboys.
Yeah, and actually the reason behind on why it's so unfamiliar and it's so nerve-wracking on who we have as champions is because of what happened in game number 5. The top teams that were expecting the favorites into the game, into the grand finals, were outright knocked out very early on. The likes of Kitsune, the likes of Mantis, the likes of Ghost No Fear was nowhere to be found even in the middle of the game. So it was just so unfortunate, and right now it's so unpredictable on who will be able to get the championship title and put their name in the history of Farlight 84.
It's a complete different saga, a different story. But before we head on to that, let us look back. Who are our rippers that we had? Because before, it was all about Bethel the God, but because of the reverse of the tide, it's going to be
it's
very
not
good
different.
this time.
Yeah, but actually even playing field onto say Yosho and Battle of the Gods, so I cannot exactly say that Virgo is sitting on top, but it's a tie across 3 players here for the Reaper standing. It's Virgo coming from AXG, Battle the God coming from Ghost No Fear, having 18 kills as well, and Seiyosho from Nuestra Fam. Amazing plays, amazing kills, amazing number of capability that these players have shown us.
And even though revamped or ethereals weren't mentioned on our calculation earlier, rather, they're still kind of consistent when it comes to landing up to our top 5 teams, because they are the kind of team that they play it passively. The entirety of the lootings, they play it passively, safely, and right after having that last circle, that was the time that they get those kill points, those placement points. But apart from that, I feel like it's not going to be enough if ever they are rooting for being our champion for this season. So
let's see. It will be an exciting, not much of a situation there coming in from these teams. It will be exciting to see on who will be the best of the best here in FPC Season 3. 15 teams left standing to be the best here in the grand finals for the PC division, but it comes down to one. Only one can sit above the rest, and only one can sit on the throne here in the PC division.
I'm excited but kind of nervous at the moment, because we rooted for those giants. We rooted for those teams that we've known for so long, way back February 19 earlier this year, and this time it's not about them anymore. They are not the stars anymore, because Battle Royale is totally for everyone. That trophy is for all of the squads to take. Even 2319 Cebu and Bio Supremacy, they were able to introduce themselves during our finals. We're in way back. They were playing passively, just being below the rankings or the leaderboards, but they surprised us today.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, times have changed. The era has been a different time back then in Season 1 and Season 2. And remember, Season 1, it's all about getting those points and getting those kills. The likes of Execution and Bounty Hunters of Ghost Reborn has been born during that era. But now, it's all about that patience. It's all about playing it for late. And Sienna Battle, as much as I hate to say it, it's going to be the meta that we can expect coming here. But this is the moment that we were waiting for, Beam. This is it. To decide who will be the kings here in the PC division and who will be sitting on the throne and putting their mark here in Season 3. Who will remain on top and who will sit on top above the rest. Your champions for the PC division in Farlight 84 Philippines Championship are Nuestra Fam!
Congratulations to Nuestra Fam! We have full clip for a 2-peat from now with PC. Seiyosho finally having a championship title. Team DP, Brave, and even P. Congratulations once again to Nuestra Fam.
Nuestra Fam has been here with that round 5 to clutch it up. The PC champions, Nuestra Fam, acting up in the greats, being the winningest team coming into the PC division here in Season 3 and placing their marks here in the history of Farlight 84, being the strongest ones in the 3rd season of FPC. The likes of Brave, Full Clip P, Cian, and Seiyosho rising up to the occasion and rising up to the challenge to become the greatest of them all.
I remember the interview that we had earlier on that I think that's Full Clip that did mention that if you want to be the champion, prevent us from having another one of the medal that I'm already holding. And he was able to do it once again, to pit for Nuestra Fam, or be it for Full Clip himself.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic play there. The confidence coming from this team is unheard of. But we'll see. Let's hear from the champions themselves as we jump into the interview in the Tagalog broadcast.
Team Nuestra Fam, Kuya Brave! Kumusta? Congratulations!
Sobrang saya po.
Tama lang yung Brave. Brave, gusto ko sa i-congratulate kayo. Sobrang tindi ng game nyo from game number 1. Game number 1 to game number 4, wala kayong first place pero kayo isa sa mga consistent na team. Hanggat sa nakuha nyo itong game number 5, gusto ko sana nang itanong sa inyo, Brave, ano ba yung tumatakbo sa isip nyo nung nag-start na itong game number 5? Kasi pang top 6 kayo before mag-start ang game number 5 eh.
So, nung game number 5 po talaga, sobrang kabado po. Pero kailangan po namin maging kalmado at yung strategy nga po is magawa pa rin namin.
Solid.
Ganda.
Solid performance. Sa game number 5, nung umuunti na at nakikita nyo sa kill feed yung mga contenders na unti-unting nawawala, nabibigyan ba kayo ng kumpiyansa? Mas umiinit ba kayo o talagang stick to the game plan pa rin kayo at hindi kayong humingiti, talagang game face on lang?
Yun nga po lalo na nung nagkakaubusan na po is, yun nga po nagsisigawan na hanggang sa magiging dalawa pa lang po kami ni Ruth. Basta pressure po. Ayun. Tapos sigawan na po hanggang naging top 1 or nakuha namin yung dinner na.
Yon. Roberts.
Napakaganda. Kuya Brave, nasa pangalan mo talaga, no? Kasi isa ka sa naging alay kanina nung game number 4 ata yun. Ikaw yung unang sumugod dun sa side ng Kitsune at parang ang ginawa mo dun, sumalo ka lang ng bala and binigay mo sa Yoshi yung trabaho para ubusin yung isa sa mga contender. And for this tournament, Kuya Brave, ano yung masasabi mo sa performance nyo? Tingin mo ba ito na ba yung full potential nyo as a team or meron pa kayong i-improve sa mga next season ng MPC?
So sa mga next season po, may mga improve pa, may mga kailangang ayusin. Siyempre. Thankful po ako sa ka-teammate ko na hindi nawala ng pag-asa kahit may mga mas mataas sa aming team, mas malakas. Pero siyempre, kailangan namin ibigay yung best namin para makamit namin itong champion. At sa susunod pa.
Yun.
Brave. Ayan, ako may katanungan ako. Dahil nga, parang balita namin ay itong si Full Clip ay nag-back-to-back champion. Sa team nyo ba, sino yung talagang naging leader dito sa Best of 5? Kasi nakakapagod to eh. Kailangan merong isang in-game leader na nagsistabilize. At sino ito at paano niya pinastable ang game plan ng team nyo?
Ito, si Full Clip pa rin po, yung naging in-game leader namin. Siya yung initiator. Kung ano yung call niya, gagawin namin, susundin namin hanggang yun po.
Full Clip talaga. Kuya Berts, meron ka bang follow-up question? Huling katanungan?
Wala na akong tanong, Kuya Brave. Ito na ang oras mo para i-shout out lahat ng sumuporta sa No Western Farm since day 1 at ang mga nanonood. And ano ang tingin mo ang mangyari sa inyo after this tournament? And shout out mo na yung mga supporters nyo.
Shout out po sa Nuestra Farm, sa mga patron namin. Sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin, thankful po kami sa inyo. At congrats din po sa kuya ko, si Abe. Shoutout din po sa baby cakes ko.
Yun!
That's it. Maraming salamat, Brave. And no West of Pam. Congratulations sa inyo at pwede nyo nang sabihin na kayo ang kampiyon ng Season 3 for the FPC PC Division. Maraming salamat and congratulations sa inyo, Kuya Otolus.
Thank you very much, Brave, for the interview. Our PC champions once again, Nuestra Fam. And of course, thank you very much to Otolus and Berting as well. Such a humble player overall, Brave. They're stating into the next couple of seasons, they're still able to improve. So we'll see how they can perform into the following seasons to come here in FPC.
Such a heartwarming message that they give as well to aim of their previous comrade or their previous playmate or teammate rather than playmate though. And to Pete, coming from Full Clip, way back season 2, he was playing under the banner of Now PC, but right now he used that experience to spearhead Nuestra Fam until landing this victory or this championship. And of course, apart from that, let us take a look at our team rankings for the grand finals.
Oh my word.
2 points.
2-point difference from the top 1 and top 2. I mean, in season 1, it's 1 point difference from the champion to the runner-up. In season 2, an 8-point difference from the top 1, from the champions to the runner-up as well. But here today, we stand a foot onto the champions of the PC division of the Wester fam, only having a 2-point lead up against Powerhouse.
It's very close to the point that we didn't expect it, because Powerhouse wasn't able, or should I say, if only Powerhouse was able to land that last map, that's the only thing that I can imagine. If we are able to land up that plus 5 points, being the outstanding survivor, they could have been our champion for this time.
Yeah, it could definitely be. I mean, there are a lot of ifs. There are a lot of situations wherein the stories can change, the scripts can be different here in the PC division onto the grand finals. But with the hard work, the perseverance of every single one, every single player, and every team here today for the top 15 in the PC division, net them the position that they are in right now. The Wester fam taking 41 kills, 106 overall points to become the champions of Season 3 PC Finals.
And it seems like I have computed it pretty well. I just didn't spoil you earlier on. So, Wester fam, it's Wester fam again. And congratulations for bagging our Season 3, for being our champions. And of course, we'll be seeing more of them at this upcoming grand finals for our mobile division, which will be held later on this April.
Yeah, it definitely will. It's actually an exciting time as well. Land finals once again, baby, let's go. But we'll see, because there are a couple of teams that are quite notable as well into the mobile division. The histories between these players is such an exciting time. But that's pretty much it. The Season 3 of FPC for PC division comes to a conclusion. My name is Infinity, and this is Beam Bop with me. But before we end our Season 3 PC Finals, we're giving away a code and a skin to the viewers watching at home. It's an SR hero skin for Maggie Gold Cake. So if every guys are wanting to play Maggie, that's it for you.
Redeem it while it's last, because it's just a very limited code redemption, and I feel like most of our viewers is waiting for this pink, quote-unquote pink skin of Maggie. So make sure to redeem it under your Farlight 84 CD key. And of course, it's been a long ride, Infinity, especially for the PC division. Been 2 months since we started this, and now we had our champions.
Yeah, roller coaster of emotions. There are a lot of highs, there are a lot of downs from the beginning of the qualifiers here for Season 3. So if you want to get more update, if you want to get news onto upcoming Farlight 84 Philippines Championship, do follow our social media platforms, Farlight 84 on both YouTube and Facebook, Farlight 84_ official on Instagram, and Farlight _84_ official on TikTok.
Yes, you can have the luxury of time to choose which among these platforms are going to follow, especially for Instagram. We had updates there. We have as well as the back ends that we have captured on our cameras. But of course, this tournament won't be possible without our great sponsors. We have our official mobile partner for FPC Season 3, Techno.
Amazing stuff that they have been providing ever since the beginning of time here in FPC. They've been showing support here in Season 3. So thank you very much, Techno, once again for providing a best bang for buck on mobile performance. So if you want to play Farlight 84 on your mobile devices, if you want to play Farlight 84 on the go, Techno Pova 6 Pro, I believe, is one of their new phones that was released, is the one for you. But of course, this will also not be possible with the one and only Fantech as well, for being our official chair partner here in FPC as Season 3.
They've been with us for the previous seasons as well, and we're really looking forward to having us onto the upcoming seasons, if there will be. And of course, for our LAN event, I feel like they're going to be with us as well and give out those gaming mice and keyboards to our lucky viewers that will join us on that venue.
Yeah, will definitely be a lot of exciting times here. Once again, thank you very much, Techno and Fantech, for making FPC Season 3 possible. And of course, the one and only, the viewers watching at home, thank you very much for tuning in into the PC Grand Finals here today.
And of course,
we're now
I thought you were about to close it.
Yeah,
but
I
of
was
course-
waiting for you to come through, but you know what? We're done and dusted. We have concluded the PC Division Finals here today, with no Esther fan being the champions. My name is Infinity, and this being Bimbap with me, and we're gonna take off. See you guys in the mobile finals.
We are back right here onto the PC division. The final circles of the PC division have always been interesting.
As soon as it happens, Farlight comes through. This won't be a good time for an upfight. Right now, Rain is receiving a lot of
That it takes off from the intensity of the match.
This is the thing that they should be scared about. There's no fear. Without any fear goes in. They don't have a lot of
Stealing back on, but it's too late. A lot of HPs in order. They're trying to fight. They're trying to round. Offering out more quads. And you have that thing. Oh, it's up. Yeah.